So yesterday we covered the first four perfections: perfection of generosity, perfection of moral discipline, perfection of patience, and perfection of joyous effort. And then in the text we have perfection of concentration, and then perfection of wisdom, and then calm abiding and shamatha, calm abiding and special insight are taught separately. But because they really are the same thing, now I'm going to describe the techniques of cultivation of calm abiding or shamatha, which is basically the perfection of concentration, one and the same thing.
Someday you shine that's someday senator, shine senator, Jibari, someday sinner Nipa Chilla, I mean, Samba, temple never have Chilla, someday to Nipa Chilla, any somebody, temple never Chilla, someday. Shine sinner. Shirugi Shine, Nipola Titi, never Shine Sidia, 30 Chibaris, Dingin this in Essa, Dingin this yeti, Samati Siati, Samasiati Biba Yandabale juice, juice. Honey. This said the Dutch Zimbabwe juice, Dara said, teaches Nibala Yanta Zimbas, Nibala good Zimbas, or that the thing said the Usukanga cheaper.
So usually three words are used to describe concentration and techniques of concentration or refer to concentration. So they are Samden in Tibetan, Samden which can be translated as concentration, and then there is the Tibetan word Hine, now calm abiding, shamatha. Hine, shamatha or calm abiding is made of two roots, one or two syllables. Hi means to pacify, and ne means to remain firm. So hi means specification of hine, calm abiding. Calm therefore has the connotation of calming or pacifying all distractions and discursive thoughts, and ne or abiding means to abide firmly on the object. And then we have one more word usually that comes out, which is basically the Sanskrit word samadhi. And samadhi again means the same thing. Sama, the Sanskrit root sama has two meanings. One is perfect or perfection, and the other is all. And so therefore, and thi, that Sanskrit word thi has the connotation of holding on to or grasping, and so therefore samadhi can be translated as perfectly holding on to the object, or totally holding on to the object. So therefore samadhi, concentration, calm abiding, they mean the one and the same thing.
Hati Shinel Lapitilla Tambula Nis Changing all the Chita Java, changing the Chita Java, that Tambutella, changing all Chita Java, 정의 주숨데스 다 담부 주로하지 누가 오늘 림바치다 개버릇도 기부 중딩의 삼바 좋아스 당은 림바치다 지다스 당은 먼저 림바치다 지다지나 디 가르스 그래 녀설에 신에게 초대를 조숨송가 네 까마라 실라기 신에게 초대를 조숨 신에게 초세야 되 신에게 주초세야 신에 주바가 오늘도 주베 주초세가 초세야 돼 아니 까마라 실라기 조숨 그래서 저기 오늘 림바치다 제발도 기부 충분히 삼바 좋아했어. 나도 오늘 림바치체 제발도 기부 충분히 인지 삼바가 놓쳐먹는 좀 알았어. 녀석이 좀 정말 바보통이네.
년들이 있었어요.
레인이 비싸니서.
So then, if you look at the text, calm abiding, and in the beginning it says, in particular, the way of learning the two last perfections, which basically refers to perfection of concentration and perfection of wisdom. First, the way to train in calm abiding, the entity of concentration. And this is divided into two: what to do during the actual meditation and what to do between meditation sessions. And then the first, what to do during the actual meditation session, again is divided into three: preparation, actual session, and conclusion. So then we start with the preparation, and in the text it says, in general prepare by doing the stages of the preliminary practice as explained before. That is the 6 aspects of preparation. In particular, prepare by relying on the assemblage of courses for training the calm abiding, training in the contemplation of the beings of small and immediate capacity. So preparation is divided into two types of preparations: general preparation, general stages of preparation, and then specific stages of preparation. General stages of preparation refer to what we call as the causal factors, causal merits or causal factors that are necessary for the accomplishment of concentration or calm abiding. And then here there's a mention of 6 causal factors or 6 aspects of preparation, which is according to Kamalashila. But in Asanga's Nyensa, or grounds of hearers, Asanga mentioned 13 causal factors. So these are the general stages of preparation or preliminary practices, and the specific or particular stages of preparation refers to training in the practices or meditations pertaining to the person of small scope and the middle scope. So they also considered as habitual practice here.
다들 사상시 조상와 사이스도 다들 이 강화의 신학이 준비하는 데 봤을 때 소주야가 준비해야 되나 내상화든 사상화든 조상 내주들 이제 내상화세 때 내디 동바중대 되기 아니 제바텐셀네 야티메 이들다 제주 셈바도 수기 슈베네 내상화세 약간지 내디 시내적으로 진력된 팀들네로 지금 내상화세 사상화세 이 사주메 최고입니다. 서주 추서 내내 내 미치게 내 사상하시 조상하시는 아니 조다주 팀바스 nenjote 이제 density 되는지 아직 세그도 셀럽 니라부지 대구게 어디 디 준비 있는 데가 세트리 까말레시라
년주 두에 요제
nenjo도 이제
아 뒤에 틈에 있는 뒤에 틈에 있는 동안
네네 좀 대외 이제 이날은 사상와서 누가 사상시 조상의 이중기 내내서 세스도가 준비 있는 바세.
So then the six causal factors, which basically is the general stages of the breathing practices, to gather, to give rise to the six causal factors according to Kamala Hila. So in the text it says, abide in pure ethics in an isolated place which you find agreeable and which has good companions and a good environment. So a place that is agreeable, that has good companions and good environment, that is one of the six factors, and this is according to Kamala Hila, what we call as conducive environment. Conducive environment in turn refers to four things. First of all, conducive conducive place of blessings, which basically refers to places that are blessed by the Buddha during his evolution of enlightened deed, or blessed by bodhisattvas and great masters of the past through their meditation and so forth. And then the second is conducive friend. Conducive friends or companions refers to friends who share similar interests and similar views. Then next is conducive earth. Actually, conducive earth really refers to a place or earth where there is harmony in the elements, so that there is no disease or epidemic, and the environment is generally conducive for health. And then the fourth conducive environment refers to availability of necessary things for the meditator, and that could mean finding food easily, finding water easily, and so forth.
하여튼에 디나라 아니 주dim 타바스 누가 지지 네 걔는 주dim 타바 걔는 이게 주dim 주dim 타바 네 지금만부터 동지 하자초 최선만이 같이 이거는 그렇게 하자초 스탠드 많이 같이 나는 저거는 이제 남도 하고 방 네 저거는 이제 남도 하고 방 누가 남도 방 세죠 이게 그말을 신디는 준비해놨네 뒤총 초시 자망 방 진다 남도 방 남도 세지 저거를 이제 남도 단 대대인들라 이제 남도 자친 남도 열바 그것도 수방 봐서 되네 저거 중시 초시 봐서 이제 다 디디 시시난 누가 야
촉시보다 로래.
네.
이거 촉시보다 로래.
네.
So then we're going to enumerate the remaining 6 factors as it is actually mentioned in the text. So in the text it says pure ethics, abiding in pure ethics in an isolated place, which you find agreeable. So um, having or abiding in pure ethics is one of the causal factors, and this pure abiding in pure ethics refer to keeping one's vows or refraining from 10 non-religious actions and other bodhisattva and whatever vows we have, keeping those in purity or intact. Then the third factor is giving up extreme socializing and accompanying many people, basically mingling with people and then getting distracted that way through socializing. Then the fourth is giving up gross thoughts of longing for desired object. Basically means giving up discursive thoughts induced by desire or desired objects. And then the next one is having small desires, and then the last one is being contented. So these are the 6 causal factors.
That in a Tanteola Lutangurusan Gambato Chitum, Slavani Yamsha, Chacha Jessica, Luna Nachin, Chitin de Tembecones, that Luna Nachin.
And then again, then it says, sit upright upon a comfortable cushion in the lotus posture with your hands in the gesture of meditative equipoise. So this basically shows how to adopt the 7 Virojana postures as part of your preparatory practice.
Then long chamla bebas, that in a long chamla bebas, long kutu Namdo member of the long kutu chuberi. Yene pat long sum dayat jet, long kutu. And teacher, but teacher, and Karasure, Shetangan Namdo Tamje, Sambe Milpache. Ya, Yene, Unipad, Unipad, Vivasum, Chabe Namdo Tamje, Tabe Mepache. I Lumi Nabunigane, ya. Nabunigane, Nesum Matici, Dimogi Namdo Tamje, Chilton Pimipacheta, young up to some Javaseji, Chiloptoche, Chiberi. Javaseji, young up to Javaseji, Chilopton Chilton, Shube Mevache. Or Marti Tichitu, Yene Sumchitu, Shetangi Topatamche. Yene Sumchitu, Dojali Topatamche. Lungsum Nabune Tichitu, Nigane Chitu, Timugu Topatamche, Tabe Mevache, or Tije. Tene, Lung Chana Peva Situ, Karasugre, Tabu Maimba. Ujabu Maimba, Upe Rangu, Shiragu, Koyagu, Jayagu, Tile Utile Maimba. Maya Lung, Droni Puti, Mayamba Maimba, Upa, don't see, G. Teacher, Lung Chamla Pavasi, Lung Danda Yagrab in the chair, Chituzava, who had Chichiverba. Suma Shiati, the room, the number, Shineakich. And in Namsaya lived on Namsa, who had you some talent to Yamara, ni Yapun met. Just a Lunti and Bobsunea, 용 참을 배바시 어디게디 니슈자지 제 디네섬디야 부치지 람버스 내서나 아니다 물론 주스 아니다 니슈 좀
Then, as part of the preparatory practice, it states in the very end here, quiet your winds, which basically the Tibetan word means subdue or pacify your winds. And pacification or subduing the winds means basically that when we work too hard or when we are worried mentally, the breathing pattern becomes uneven and it's like loud and disturbed. And to subdue the wind basically means to bring it to its natural state, to bring the breathing pattern to its natural pattern, and which is usually done by what we call as the 9 rounds of purification breathing practices, 9 circles of breathing practices, where you breathe 3 times from the right nostril, 3 times to the left nostril, and 3 times simultaneously to the 2 nostrils. But we do this in this way. So that is we do prior to engaging in actual meditation. If our wind is disturbed, our mind is disturbed, so we cannot actually engage in quality meditation. So therefore, first of all, in terms of the 9 rounds of breathing purification breathing practice, what you do is, first of all, you breathe in through your left nostril and then breathe out through the right nostril 3 times. And when you breathe out through the nostril 3 times from the right, you also go through this visualization of eliminating all your energy of anger or hatred. And then you do it 3 times. You breathe in through the right and breathe out, exhale through the left. And and when you exhale through the left, then you visualize that all the energy of desire are eliminated or purified. And then you breathe simultaneously through the 2 nostrils, breathe out. And when you breathe out simultaneously, you visualize that your energy of ignorance is expelled. But when you breathe in, at all of these 3 occasions, you visualize inviting the blessings of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the form of lights. So after you do this 21 times, which is at 21 times, then you will find subduing your own inner turmoil of the wind, and then you go to the actual session.
that is in no kudu to nga tan dewaina ni ji lang na me de dewaina ni za sum se tan ye ba ne ti ji de tan ba za ro me na nam to she tan za ro ma de she tan de za se ani jang ma de cha pe za se that is ume za sum se de ani nabu ye ba ne ma ti sum ji de tan ba za ro me na ni 남도 탐지 시장 남도 탐지만 좀 그렇죠. 장만에 뒤 숨지도 있어. 저기 남도 유지 탐지만 시험에 버쳐. 아니 자 나보니가네 야 마티지도 정도 오메나네 네 이모부 남도 탐지 남도 시험에 문제지만 답을 못지 자세 딜레 자세 두고만 자마 산 세마트는
So this is according to the Sudrik tradition, where you don't have to visualize the channels, but you can also do the practice of 9 rounds of purification breathing practice within the context of tantric practice. in which case you visualize the three central channels, the three channels, the central channel, the left channel, the right channel. And then the right channel is also referred to as the channel of anger, because it is said that in the right channel, the winds and the anger that the winds carry, the energy or the winds that carry the anger, the winds actually predominantly reside in the right channel. And so, therefore, when you expel through the right, when you exhale in or breathe out through the right nostril, then you visualize all the energy of hatred in the right channel are actually expelled like that. So then the left channel is also referred to as the channel of desire, and so therefore the left channel is where the winds that carry the desirous energy are located. And so when you when you breathe out through the left nostrils, then you visualize that all the desirous energy together with the wind that resides in the left channel are expelled or purified. And then the central channel is where the ignorance is located. So therefore, when you breathe out through the central channel, then you visualize that ignorance is expelled. So therefore, you can also engage in this practice within the context of Tantra as well. So then in the text it says, although many objects of observation are taught, which basically refers to although many objects of concentration are taught, it is best to focus on the deities, that is the Buddha's body, because it serves many purposes. And so principally it will be the best way to reflect Buddha when you become a suitable vessel to meditate on the Dita Yoga of the Tantras and so forth. So therefore, although there are many possible objects of concentration, and in fact, in both the Hindu and Buddhist tradition, objects such as like pebbles and woods are even used to give rise to concentration, and also focusing on the breathing pattern is also a possible object to induce concentration. But the two most important objects of concentration are body of a deity, that is the body of a Buddha, and then one's own mind, as the object of focus of one's concentration. So the benefit of using a deity's body for one's concentration is, first of all, it also becomes a practice of recollecting the Buddha or Buddha, Buddha's kindness and so forth, remembering the Buddha. And then the second benefit is that it is easier then to give rise to tantric realizations later on. Then the third is that it has the benefit of blessing one's own mental continuum. When you visualize a Buddha or you view deity as your object of focus, it's easier to induce blessings on one's own mental continuum. And then fourthly, it is easier to give rise to spiritual realizations. So these are the four reasons why it is important to use Buddha, an image of a deity, as your focus of your concentration. Then the second reason, the second focus, which is one's own mind, why that is important is because mind is used as the basis of one's own concentration in the Mahamudra context. And the reason for that is because since mind is the root of all samsara and nirvana, in the sense that when one is able to identify and subdue one's own mind, then one can give rise to all the realizations of the paths and the stages of the Bodhisattva grounds, culminating enlightenment. And one is not able to subdue one's mind, then one actually goes to the lower realms and so forth. And since mind is or mind plays such an important role, when one uses mind as object of focus, then it serves two important purposes. First is to be able to identify the mind, the nature of the mind, to be able to identify the mind or the nature of the mind, and then to be able to subdue the mind. So because of that, mind is also a very important object of one's concentration.
산지 구침부시하는 조사를 봐봐 뒤에 진짜 구침부리면이야 조사 사 뒤는 조사를 네 지 도행이 뒤에 뭐 뒤에 어디에 저기 어디 지당 어디 순에 이내 중 야생성제의 조직이에요.
뭐지? 검사들이랑 게 지수 같은 거.
말이야.
바다들
바다들이랑 중을 때 라메이디는 라마다노 이메 또 공치가 문제. 뒤쪽에 있을 때 바다 좀 그런 게 좀 데베트 제가 좀 마시죠.
데베트 저거
어디인지 또 메시지 야생성치.
So then when we use Buddha as the object of image, the way to do is as follows, that is actually mentioned in the text. In the text it is, the way to do that as follows. Imagine a ray of light like a spider's thread emanating from the heart of the Lama Didi on the crown of your head, on the crown of your head. So if you are doing like lumbering practice earlier on, then you have visualized a Lama Didi on top of your crown, Buddha Shakyamuni Buddha, who is not separate from one's own root guru. And then you visualize that from the heart of the Buddha or the Lama Didi on top of your crown, a ray of light emanates like a spider's thread, and it goes in front of yourself, and in front of you, at the height that is at the level of your navel, you visualize the cushion and so forth. So at the tip of that ray, spider's thread-like ray, upon the cushion of lotus and moon, you visualize Kongura Shakyamuni Buddha, whose size is the size of an Indian bean seed. His body is the color of refined gold. His head has a crown protrusion. He has one face, two arms. His right hand presses the earth, and so forth. But in terms of the size, one tradition says that it is the bigger the size, the better the meditation. One tradition says the smaller the size, the better the meditation, the concentration. But both of them are saying it in a different context. When it is said that it is better to actually have the size smaller, like a bean seed in the beginning, because when the size is subtle and small like that, then it is easier for your mind to fuse with the object of your meditation. So that the mind becomes almost fused, inseparable with the object of meditation. It is easier when the size is smaller. But then, when you visualize the object of your meditation, in this case the Buddha, to be large and expansive, then the benefit is that it helps one to accumulate more merit, and it also becomes what we call as enhancement practice. Whatever the concentration that you achieved earlier through using of a small object, when you use a big, then it becomes an enhancement practice, and giving rise to what we call as accumulation of merit.
that's that dinner dinner Yana Karisene Lamala Lamala Nibachi, Tuane, Nibachi, Ralati, Manila, Tuan, eliminate Yana. Singing some jiggy to very much, yes, another need to be on 남가라 자꾸 슈바스제 남게 자주도 나라 신경 지지 때문에 그런 스타트 어디 야나 라 tuanti this.
And then the alternative focus is mentioned here. Or otherwise, imagine that from the Lama Didi on the top of your crown of your head, there emerges like one flame of a body lamp passing to another, a duplicate Lama Didi which then merges with you. Therefore, meditate focusing your mind single-pointedly on the lack of inherent existence of the rainbow-like appearance of yourself as the Kawa Shakyamuni Buddha seated in the full lotus posture. So this is the alternative meditation is, you visualize emanate from the Shakyamuni Buddha on top of your crown. There emanates an identical Shakyamuni Buddha which merges into yourself. By virtue of that, you transform into Shakyamuni Buddha, and then that becomes your object of meditation, yourself in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha.
That's 아니 다든지 샤기문의 딘지티 야부치 처리면은 지 산지 굴려 붙이 뒤에서 고단이나 굴려 붙이들 야부치다 제니 하루면 돼 진짜 살고면서 밑에 보면 돼. 지가 신의 지도 하루면 제야 돼. 신의 세트 일을 보여 봐. 그래서 아미 봐야 붙여면 돼. 아니 뒤에 하루면 돼 진짜. 하루 야부치 죄내 붙이지. 뒤에 야부치다. 야 뒤뒤지 놀라 자연 탑시죠. 야부치 정면이 야됐다. 이제 아니 일이야지 dom버리지 슈단에서 뒤지 야부치 차수나 아니 일이 차를 그것들이 메고요. 그게 일이야 dom버리 슈단다 dom버리 군도다 두수 차다 두수 슈단 두수 일이 차지 네 일이 차야 될 문제 되거든. 이게 그게 문제 일단 스티커는 말이야. 그래서 당부 일에 쳐야 지도 굳이 야부치다. 아니 이제 야부치다. 아니 일이야 뒤슈단다 군도다. 아니 어두수 야부치사서는 그 일에 차를 하게 되는.
And sometimes if you cannot have a clear visualization of Shakyamuni Buddha, either as yourself in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha or Shakyamuni Buddha in front of yourself, you cannot have a clear mental picture, then in the beginning it is recommended to have a very good painting of Shakyamuni Buddha or a statue of Shakyamuni Buddha, and then you place it in front of yourself, and then you meditate by gazing or staring with great concentration, gazing at the statue or gazing at the painting. By studying the details of the painting or statue, including the color, the proportion of the eyes, the ritual implements, and so forth. And the reason for this is, even though eventually concentration is developed by the mental consciousness and not by the eye consciousness, so therefore, it's forever gazing at the picture with your eye consciousness is not going to induce calm abiding or concentration, because concentration is to be accomplished by mental consciousness and not eye consciousness. But in the beginning, it is very good to, very helpful if you do like that through your eye consciousness, gazing at the picture or painting, to get a very clear visual image of the object that you're trying to meditate on. And once you get through that way, once you get a very clear visual image, and then which is a mental image, then you use that mental image as the focus of your concentration. which then becomes a mental is mental consciousness object. It's not eye consciousness object, and so therefore we use that a mental image or visual object, mental image, the generic image or the mental image of that statue or the painting as the focus of your concentration.
나는 일에 제가 그때야 일에 제가 공부했을 때 세미나를 보면 이제 그 전도 대회에서 이유선 그렇지 않은데 공부를 하다
So of course, when we say mental image, we also mentally imagine the image to be in the space in front of yourself, even though it is not actually there; it is in your mind. But for the purpose of concentration, you mentally imagine the image so visualized to be in the space in front of yourself.
내가 달라고지 세당 소리지다 야 저부터 도를想象的 소리 때문에 외계는 시지 네 군도다 차다 쉬다 간거 이미 어디지 외계는 시지 자전 난게 자주도 같이 삼고지
And you also have to visualize the Buddha's body as like a rainbow, body of light, translucent light, not body of flesh and bones, but having all the detailed kind of features of the body, including the hands, eyes, and so forth.
어디 뒤에다 군도 세르버 봐 군도 세르버 거는데 야마버를 차이부터는 대 제수장 야 도지기도 슈제 지기 건데요 봐 샤한테버를 텐데 지 차수는 대 셈마데르지 슈팅에 들어가는 셈답 주레스 데발라 마고서 차와서 슈버 데발라 생배 남바 차와 직공발라 데발라 동아 차와서 어딘데 제가 도수 제수면 제가 제 담보까지 지근데 지금에 들어가는 셈데 그냥 내지 그래서
So once you have a clear picture or clear mental image of Shakyamuni Buddha, including the posture, including the color and so forth, and once you have decided to use that as the object of your concentration, then you shouldn't change that image in terms of its colors or size and in terms of its postures and so forth. Because when you change that, say for example, here the Buddha is described as being having saffron-colored religious robes, right, golden in color. But during the time of your meditation, when the Buddha, when you begin to see the Buddha as red in color as opposed to golden in color, and you still think that that's good meditation, you continue to do that, then that is not actually good meditation because you have lost your object in meditation. So likewise, if the Buddha initially, as is described here, as having has been in like lotus position, but during the course of your meditation, then you begin to visualize Buddha as standing. Again, you have lost your image. You shouldn't be fooled by thinking that you're still continuing, you're having good, excellent meditation. So therefore, whatever you have originally got a visual, got an image of, you have to stick to that. And when you lose that and it changes, then you have to come back to your original image.
다전에 당분에 당세 외계란 시지 세부 마중장 구이 등지 최장서 지지 등이스다 당분에 배 기타 외계란 시지 상구를 상구를 슈단다 젠다 지기 어디 등기 세부 시다 맞잖니 세부 지차열 탑시 지금에 배 당분에 구이 슈단에서 같이 로좀 차순 따라하는 셈네. 따라하는 셈네. 때문에 쉬야 세부 시부지 수부되는 셈디야. 내제 토르게. 담보 로좀 차다라 셈네. 제 그때네 투드네. 아니 슈레티스. 셈 야분네 수나니 세제디 줄링 비야지. 뒤에서 담보디 세부 달지 세부 야부치 차고 공부도 성전 베시지 이 노래 잘 맞도록 그러니까 내 지금 아니 쌤디야 내제도 야부 내기야 그래서 담보 그이 럽좀 차선에 따라가 때 담보군에 세부 차선에 따라가 봐 뒷마찬에 럽좀 차선에 따라가 때 대고요 Dine sem tila yirin bane tu, dine se kubiya.
So in the beginning, we visualize Shakyamuni Buddha as in the nature of translucent light, rainbow-like translucent light in nature, and well, at the same time having all the detailed features of eyes and arms, the postures, and so forth. But in the beginning, if you are able to have a clear picture like that, clear mental picture like that, then well and good, you can start with that. But if you are not able to do so, if you are getting a raw, generic image, not with all the details and so forth, then you shouldn't try to continue to get all the aspects of the physical features, because if you do that, then you will, because it is then that because that mind is the analytical mind trying to analyze different features and so forth, you will lose the stability of the mind. So therefore, once you get a rough picture, you should use that as the focus of mind concentration and cultivate stability. And once the stability is gained through using this rough generic image, then clarity of all the detailed features will come later on. So in the beginning, with respect to stability and clarity, stability is more important. Stability then induces clarity.
Dine ji dambo tin mata kune ta dea tin ditam pala chingu te tene machuma ji kadi jonu tema ta sheba ji kong nya be dimba tabu tane ji ta ti loi tu ma ji ba jenzam da dine dambo ne dimba tane tane chudu ji ina chudu chi ina chudu chi ji pala ne ji chingu te ma de ba te ani karsu gre ni per jangi yin samba kati chung su ne ya ni te ma ta tu ne long tu ji yin samsa be lo shu de dambo ne
So in the beginning, prior to your meditation, it's very important to motivate yourself in such a way that you set your motivation through your power of aspiration and motivation that says, I'm going to sit in meditation for 15 minutes, or I'm going to sit in meditation for 30 minutes or 1 hour, as it may vary, and then make a strong determination that says, within these 15 minutes, so in the beginning, the shorter the session, the better. So within these 15 minutes, I'm going to ensure that I'm not, my meditation is not contaminated by dullness and agitation. That even if I'm imprinted by dullness and agitation, I'm going to engage in antidotal measures to eliminate dullness and agitation. So prior to meditation, this strength of determination or strength of motivation is extremely important.
Dine ji mi ba de chunji jebo le ta bula jenzam chene mi ba tundu chene di jebo ya gresne ya lagul mi be tando mi ba le ji tu manene ma ji tu ni lu so ji ya to ba ji jing xin da ji jing tu ni tando de wam je de ne ti 장난 쇼네 니시마 고미야 부처메 지지도 내가 디 춘기질이야 주타고 지제 양지 지구 용야다 지 중수 마중군 대샤 양 야부 정도만 다제제 양 대나신 지구선 양 이제 미그지야 양디 야부 중수는 야부 다가르샤 야부 지제네 양 좀 같은 이제 양네 그다 붙이 제선의 제전 전전진 이거 통통진 좀 그래야 이게 지금 이제 이 맞잖아 이거는 그 주는 용도 진도 대가지 네지 셈마 세부 마차야 양 이거 뒤뒤 현在진 단도지 공제되나 그 장난 쇼트 네 그다 아니 딘데 전에 그다 붙이 제선 아니 심마티 아니 야부 유제
So, in the beginning, the reason why it is important to have short sessions, short but frequent sessions, is because if in the beginning, you have long sessions, and then there's danger that in those long sessions, sometimes you might fall into dullness and evil state of kind of sleep, right? And you might doze off, but if you continue to think that you're doing engaged in meditation, then it becomes a bad habit. And therefore, the other is, when you engage in long meditation, you might, while you're meditating, you might get distracted, totally get distracted, and you're somewhere else. You didn't realize it, and then you had a long session like that. Then the consequence is that it becomes a habit, it becomes a negative habit, and then later on it is very difficult to undo this habit. So therefore it becomes difficult to achieve authentic calm abiding or concentration. But so therefore in the beginning you should have quality meditative sessions but short sessions. So when the meditation is good, then you should stop it. And then use your mental vigilance, to see how good your meditation was, and whether you had fallen into a state of dullness or agitation, and then you resume your meditation. And so therefore, if you have many short but quality meditative sessions, then there's a culminative and then it becomes as you develop in length and duration, it becomes quality meditation.
인교안이 전점 전에 르 인교안이 레 당도에 스네 그 당거인 호스데 이제 다 도나스 땡은지 남다지 꿈나 예방아 본지 지게 때문에 줄이 스타디 우달에 예방아 본지 지게 예방아 샤에 예방아디 예로제 당아지 바지 아니 지금아지 진빙이지 아니 님보면 받으면 집부터 뒤집어서 뒤에방아지 뒤 님부터 뒤지게야 돼 레르님부터 시야래 어디 제상 님방하고 뒤지게 레르님부터 대바 넘바 넘바 전주 신장 스제시 얘네 당화지능님부터 템버래 아니 진구능님부터 시신스 아니 년봉은 뒤집에 년부터 년봉은 뒤미지바 년봉은 뒤집어서야지 가르수래 샘지지도 내버디지 년봉은 뒤미지바서 년봉은 뒤집어서 진구 중에지 진년봉 맞대는 예버래 그래서 진도 근데 지중에 인연부분 것도 제바세 찍지. 아니 눈에 제바세지. 시스템에 개발다 그ben에도 수변에 진구 연구야 말 진구 많이 했잖아요. 진구 연구 같은 게 되네요. 이게 신에게 계획이 어디에서 뉴지게 되지. 이 지주 장군 그것도 했습니다.
위다 남자들 그래? 위다 남자.
우선
위다 남자들 말이야.
근데
바로 위다 나래.
우선 남자들이
남자들.
우선 주인은
So, so therefore, in the beginning, short sessions means basically applying mental vigilance again and again to analyze the quality of your mind. And when you apply vigilance, you are bringing a natural stop to the meditation. And then when you find that your meditation quality has been good, then you resume your meditation. So therefore you bring stop to your meditation frequently like that in the beginning. But then in terms of the actual falls in meditation and how to avoid those falls, we have what we call as the 5 falls in meditation and the 8 antidotes as taught by Madhya Buddha in his Vita Namje, discerning the middle and the extremes, Vita Namje. So there Madhya Buddha taught 5 falls in meditation, and these are laziness, forgetting the object of meditation, dullness and agitation, the third one, dullness and agitation together. Then the fourth is applying antidotes when it is not necessary, and then the fifth is not applying antidote when it is necessary. Not applying antidote when it is necessary, and so 당보도 두체버 두메제버. So 당보도 두메제버 이거 두체버. Yeah. So first is not applying antidotes. And then the fifth is applying antidotes when it is not necessary. But then with respect to laziness, there are 4 antidotal measures. These are Tepa, faith or devotion, Dumba, which is aspiration, Zundu, joyous effort, and Xinjiang, which is mental and physical pliancy that comes after the development of single point of concentration. So this is the first fault, and its counter antidotes. The second fault is forgetting the object of meditation, or forgetting instructions pertaining to meditation, and the antidote is mindfulness or remembrance, remembering the instructions. And then the third fault is dullness and agitation, and the antidote is mental vigilance or hishin. And then the fourth is not applying antidotes when it is necessary, and then the antidote is applying the antidotes. Then the fifth is applying antidotes when it is not necessary. Then the antidote is not applying antidotes.
대선 다 대바세야디 땡는지기 인데 트렌 대바세야디 땡은지 연대통에 대바티 정수는 땡은지 공도 등백기 잡을지로 등백기에서는 아니 준주정비로 땡은지 길이지 준주장수는 아니 신장기게 요즘 신장기에서는 아니 여러 말이고 더 두게 재산들이
So the four antidotes to eliminate laziness are interrelated. So the first antidote is faith or veneration or devotion, and this faith refers to faith pertaining to the qualities of concentration or the advantages of developed concentration. Because if you have faith or veneration or devotion pertaining to the qualities of shamatha or kamabhati, then it induces aspiration, which is the second factor. Induces aspiration to train to accomplish concentration. When there is aspiration induces joyous effort. With joyous effort, then you're able to actually achieve mental and physical pliancy. And when there is mental and physical pliancy, it can destroy laziness altogether. So that's why these four factors are also interrelated.
때는 알아도 잘 알았지 같이 잘하게 내가 통수는 아니 야부도 생각 같이 대버렸지 야부도 생각 좀 같이 알아 통도 몇기 그래 봐 알아 그것도 생각 이 등bat이께서는 아니 이 토야기 준비증 그래 어디 제사 아니 저도 그러다 이 토야지 신장 준비증 받을 때는 아니 신장 개발 아니 잘라 토가 집으로 봐 어디지
So faith here means, faith here or devotion here means basically that you wanted it, you wanted to achieve it. That is like the meaning of faith here. You wanted to achieve concentration because you have seen the qualities of concentration, the advantages of concentration. So very much like you went to the market and then you saw something and you wanted to buy it. So that's like faith in that particular thing that you wanted to buy. And once you have that faith, then desire to buy it comes, which is like aspiration. And once there is a desire to buy it, then you do things to get it, right? And that is basically joyous effort. And once you buy it, that is like the accomplishment of mental pliancy and physical pliancy, which then eradicates your earlier desire, which is basically eradication of laziness.
맞아 땡인지기 인데디 가라야르세나 땡인지 톱스나 아니 아니지 군도 좋아 제외 좋아라 나 배기네 교도 셈레 교도 주의다 셈레 교도 좋아다 그거다 이제 있네 아니 대주 가르치네 대주다 대주 가르치네 장인지가 수비교 메버 간을 중에 앞에 줄이 주투기야래 지 아니 주투기야래 메버 되네 아니 신의 주스는 되네 돈이도 내로도 좀 공부라 누와야래 고발래 좋아래 아니 나라메데 세는 저luntil이 아니 공부는 아니 미대포가 좀 미슈지 아니 레라블이 아니 좋아하면 좋지 아니 좋아 친구도 눈신 주버지게 언지 내들 눈을 뜨네 이 시절 아니 내들 미ပတ်심티 미ပတ်을 장을til을 내들 지지도 내트는 semnes을 눈도 요구라 아니 눈도라 때는 그래서 우리 농촌에 튀어서 아니 동네 미거고가 우말했더니 우말했네 우메야네도 많이 두스르네 심지도 네트나 때를 룽튼지 저와쟁이나 룽튼지 도인 거 아니 룽튼지 이미 시벌을 팀 그래서 아 대통령이 시즌 처지 시겠다 어디서 팽이래 땡이지 팽이
So then in terms of qualities of samadhi or calm abiding or concentration, or advantages of calm abiding. First of all, once one has achieved concentration or calm abiding, then even if one engages in spiritual practices day and night continuously, that there will be no physical tiredness and there will be no mental tiredness or mental tension because of the fact that one has achieved single point of concentration. So there is no mental or physical resistance. Secondly, the second benefit is that once one has developed concentration, then whatever spiritual practice then one engages in, whether it is like recitation of sadhanas or engaging in meditations on compassion and so forth, one can do so by totally immersing on the object of one's meditation. Then the third is that once one has concentration, then it is very easy to develop special insight, the wisdom that realizes the nature of reality as it is. And because of that, then it becomes easier to gain liberation from samsara. Then the fourth benefit is that then it becomes very easy to engage in completion stage yoga practices, or like highest yoga tantric practices, where focusing on channel, wind, and drops becomes a matter of changing the object of meditation. Simply changing the object of meditation, and then then because of having developed concentration, it is very easy to engage in these completion stage yoga practices. It becomes very easy to gather the energy into the central channel, because with your concentration, if you focus, if you mentally focus in the central channel in the heart chakra, because the movement of the mind and the movement of the winds are one and the same thing. When you're able to place your mind within the central channel, then the winds also gather there by virtue of that. The winds are gathered or drawn there because of your mental kind of focus there, because the movement of the subtlest mind and the subtlest wind are one and the same thing. And so therefore, one is able to gather the winds or vital energy into the central chakra, central channel, into the indestructible droplet at the heart center, and by virtue of that, one is able to give rise to the union of bliss and emptiness. So therefore, development of concentration ultimately has that benefit of becoming easy to engage in the highest yoga tantric practices.
되네 당나메지 당나 제베 있는 것들 당나 제시도 좀 땡지 미고 제베 민난 제베 땡지 민난 제수는 가지고 그랬으나 잠바땡 잠바세도 담보 땡지 잠바티 개발 순대리 응아르 미베기 잠바세도 응아르 지금 잡에 술지를 봐 응아르 땡지 마투 군주 사구르를 이는 사구르 때 사구르 가르사 지 사구스니 나텐지 사구 그치 매바치 때 차로 사구 슈단다 땡지 담보 미 로레 예바 차주베 봐 차주베 때 네 지치를 다 지치 잼바시디 나를 개주순디 날 집에 먹으니까 날 집에 먹고다 신의 그 스티인다 되지 아니 그게 님부 가르치게 해서 쟁행이님 쟁행님부지 잼바시디 밑발 둘이 대비들 잼바시. 심 미벌 배 둘이 대대는 내들 잼바시. 잼바. 그 가리 미벌에 심이 어떤 거비래. 그 제주 순대시들이 그 레그 가르치기를 심 잼바티기 미벌에 심이 어디 학거기야. 그런 어디 근데 심 미벌에 둘이 내들 잼바시. 아니 말기 미벌 잼바시. 말기 미벌 잼바. 내배 미벌 잼바시. 어디 잼바스 순대시. 어디 되게
이거들
아
개발 이거들은 뭐지 지모래 지모감
미벌들이
뭐지
쟁이
쟁이
쟁이들이 미벌 제봐요. 당나 제봤어요. 당나 제봤어요. 당나 제봤어요. 쟁이들이 미벌
쟁이 깎거든
미벌 쇼아들 봐. 이 쇼스는 제가 된 당나 제봤어요. 쟁이들이 미는 쇼아들 당나 제봤어요. 이 제수는 가지고 그래 제가 된 거지. 이 얘기들 쟁 거지.
개발 숨대는 개발 이거들은 뭐지 쟁이 깎거든 쟁이
네.
쟁이
예. 네, 제가 숨었지.
개발 이거
이용 뭐 봤지? 니버티들이 무슨 미발로 둘이 내가
뭐
참았어요.
뭐
숨었지 이용 거 봐. 그 내가 가지고 있으니 전부기 내가 가르쳐서
네
미발했으면 띵이 지금 있는 데서 이용하지. 거기야 됐어.
칠레잖아 so then the second fault which is forgetting the instructions Dhamma Japa, forgetting the instructions but forgetting here really refers to forgetting the image of your concentration, losing the image of your concentration. That is actually defined here as forgetting, because when your mind is single-pointedly on the image, and when you lose that image, then it is actually here referred to as forgetting in that sense. So then the antidote is recollection or remembrance, but again, temba here, which really technically means remembrance or recollection, is not the usual recollection that we understand. Temba or remembrance here acts more like mindfulness, but temba or remembrance or mindfulness has three features. Three features to it. The first feature or three qualities. The first quality of temba or mindfulness is that it necessarily recollects a past image that you have remembered. So that happened within the context of prior to your meditation, you have focused on the given image of Shakyamuni Buddha. So part of the mindfulness meditation, mindfulness temba here is that you constantly remember that. But in terms of its very nature, temba or mindfulness simply refers to the act of your mind single-pointedly focusing on the image. When that single-pointedly focusing is there, then there is temba or mindfulness or recollection. So this recollection is not very much like you're recollecting just a past event, but here just mindfulness with respect to the present object. And then the third feature is its function. Its function is basically to eliminate distraction. Your mind getting distracted to some other objects other than the object of your meditation. So when we talk about temba as antidote to forgetting instructions, temper or mindfulness has these three qualities or these three features.
되네 당하지. 다 예바 숨버디 임바 징귀 임바. 다음에 징귀 세티 중앙생이 근데에서는 교화가 쌤 교화는 주버디 있잖아. 네. 쌤긴 말을 중세 아니 가르쳐 버려. 슌베 아니 심중 지레다 중앙시 하나 잘라를 막 취나를 띵스 아니 징스는 취나를 징수스로 내가 심이 버디 담보배 담보미 버터도 전부 세버다 나르지야가 생활을 쓰지 세브디야 중단다가 되기를 봐 내내 때지 마차서는 이 중앙시 생활이 슈바스디 생기 세제디 나르 때지 마차서는 이 중앙시 뒤치 중앙시 지미 지미 되거든요.
So then the third fault is dullness and agitation. But what is dullness? Dullness, the Tibetan term for dullness is chingwa. And chingwa really literally means sinking. Like, if you place an object on top of water, the object sinks to the bottom, right? So therefore, chingwa literally means the sinking mind. Which is basically dullness. So the definition of dullness is losing the intensity or vitality of your mind that holds on to the object with vivid clarity. So earlier, when you are focusing on the object, not only the object is there, but the vitality or the strength with which your mind holds on to the object, which is not just clarity, but intensity of the clarity, the strength of the mind with which you hold on to the object, that is there. But when that intensity or the strength diminishes, it's like your mind is sinking down, right? So when that is diminished, then that is actually defined as dullness or chingwa.
어디 지네 우선 시베 자연세 근데 무슨 주의는 봐 지네 다 디나는 지원되고 숨숨이야 다 지원되고 숨디 지원 중무디 가르려서는 땡이들 셈이 요메디 디체 중세 네버쇼 중세 쇼스나 정말 참모시 얘네 나름의 당제였어 셈게 나를 쇼 당제 중세 이거디 진행제 아니 당자의 매르체 세자의 매르체 당자의 매르체 네 지제수는 당자 매르레수는 네 좋아 침부스 다디 네 당자 매르체 다슨 아니 미버디 페이지 메세가 차로
당보도 이런 식으로 당보도
쌤 유메도 내가 디스 띵 알을 때 중세 맞춰서나
So in Pendulum Chögyin's composition called the melody of the Tibetan, which basically it could be translated as which basically can be translated as the roaring of Lobsang's teachings, a response to questions posed with this particular text. Benji Lawson Tricking actually describes three degrees or three levels of dullness. The first is the subtle dullness, and subtle dullness is that one is able to maintain the image in your meditation, and there is clarity as well as strength and vitality in holding on to the object. But the vitality is diminished a little bit. So when the vitality or the strength with which your mind hold onto the object becomes a little diminished, then that is actually referred to as subtle dullness. Then there is middling dullness, which is basically that even though there is clarity, there is no intensity or strength at all, and that is middle dullness. There is still clarity and there is still concentration, but the intensity or the mental vitality or the strength with which your mind hold on to the object is not there. Then the third level of dullness is when both the clarity as well as the intensity is no longer there, in which case then you lose the image. So then that is the gross dullness we are talking about.
That is good, but my session to say. Go back to the carriers, you don't want a minute, and number you don't want a minute, some chill trust, go back to the trot. You don't want a minute, and some chill trot. Go back to Della Chinel Patucci. Chinel Patucci. Dojagi Chartube, Sim Juji Sierta, Sim Yitu Alamine, any Sim Chiltube, any Chinel Patucci, Dojagi Chartube, Sim Juji.
So then the second part of this fold is agitation or gaba in Tibetan. And mental agitation is defined as your mind distracting outwardly to a desirous object. So the distraction so caused is because of the fact that your mind is distracted to something that is desirable. So therefore, and mental agitation is actually defined as a secondary mind that comes within that is in the nature of desire. A secondary mind that is in the nature of desire, which interrupts calm abiding, or which interrupts calm abiding. So that is the technical definition of calm abiding. The definition of agitation is a secondary mind which is part of the which is in the nature of desire, or which is part of desire or desirous mental factor, which interrupts calm abiding, or which disrupts calm abiding meditation.
Yeah, that's a good good. Tamati, you do number chala keti, chako genius, good Tamus, when a chabe you do want the number chala care of good Tamuchu. Then meet them my jibber, meet them the marshal, young. Simply, you do want to trust on go back to the then a meeting sure Chirubi, Chapian Chirubi, young sooner, and take over a pass.
So again, agitation has 3 levels or 3 degrees. The subtle agitation is that you have not lost your image in your concentration, and the objects of desire has not yet arisen in your mind, but the object of desire is to which you could be distracted is about to arise. And that when that is happening, then that is the subtle um, agitation. Then the middling agitation is that even though you have not lost your object of meditation, you are still focused there, but your part of your mind is distracted, while your mind is still here. Part of the mind is already distracted to objects of desire. That is middling agitation. And then, because of some object of desire, when you have totally lost your image of your meditation, then that is gross agitation.
다들 디 단다 띵지기 값을 그것도 지원도 그것이 그것도 또 쉐버리 그것도 쉐버리 띵지 서둘러 되베든지 인사 되베 되는 차버디 다 띵지를 어떻게 주고 니가 치쇼도 쳐게 그 되베든지를 서도 분위기 신에서도 분위기 되베든지 엄마의 symptoms 신의 조차를 봐. 어디에서 다 되베 저 그것이 뭐야 들이미 신 세당 공비 유 치료시행의 요소네 등지를 기지 단도디 차배운 기가 세당 공부 초선에 야 개화시행의 초선에 이 등지기 밀버들의 시행배양 개화시행의 집행수는 야 치료도 이어주고 선 이 등지 계획이 단도디 그것이 디나네 차바도 주 등지 파도 주가 차바도 좋지가 있었대.
저절로 그걸로 뭐라. 시단기 토나 그걸로 뭐라.
좋았어.
그걸로
때는 그것이 샘 좋았어. 그냥 초구의 인숨스는 좋아. 그냥 그것이 좋았어야 돼. 시단기 샘 좋았지. 아니 이용하세는 그냥 교화시행을 샘 이용한대. 이용하지. 초구의 인숨스는 디간기다 그거기 레지야 나시지는 굉장히 공부를 받으지 샘싱을 이용 지거든 예수가
So, in defining gaba or agitation, we said that agitation is caused by desire. Agitation, the distraction is caused by an object of desire, and so the reason why agitation is referred to as a desirous energy, distraction, but nonetheless distraction towards an object of desire, and why this desire is considered to be the most important object of desire is considered to be the most important factor in disrupting concentration is because we live in the desire realm, and so desire is predominant, and also because for someone to newly achieve calm abiding, for someone to achieve calm abiding for the first time, it has necessarily to be within the desire realm. It has to be a person in the desire realm for somebody to freshly or newly achieve calm abiding. Because when we talk about beings in the other two realms, form and formless realms, they have already achieved karma abiding, and that's why they are there. So that's why, because for a beginner or for somebody to freshly achieve or cultivate karma abiding, it has to be within the desire realm or desire realm person. Therefore, desire is considered to be the most predominant factor for distraction here. So that's why when we say agitation or gaba, it necessarily refers to distraction caused by objects of desire. But then the question comes, what about distractions caused by anger, right? Distraction can be caused by anger. Distraction can also be caused by other wholesome endeavors, other positive, actions. You're trying to meditate here, but you want to do something wholesome, which is action, right? But that is also distraction. So therefore, Rinpoche said that when the distraction is caused by anger or other wholesome endeavors or actions, they are still distractions, but they are not termed as gaba or agitation. They do become an obstacle to concentration, but they are not termed as agitation or gaba in the technical sense, because gaba as distraction to desire, objects of desire, is predominant. That's why.
내가 순간에 징그를 봐. 봐. 징그지. 나 징그 님부터 시신세지. 시신생에 다 징그 중음에 좀 내가 따니 잘했지. 시신이 잘했지. 징그 중도도 중도민도 야 중도 민도 어디 땅에들 시신이 있지. 나한테 로라기 징그 중에 어쩌면은 시내 봉면 로라기 시신이 잘했지. 징그 연로지들은 사하고는 봉 띵년부터 띵기래. 징기 중만 타도 징그 중만 타도 남산 유린도 많이 봤지. 뭐지? 아니 타마기 징구 중에 링보 많이 봐라. 시내 봉스. 다 타마기 다 징구 중에 이 시달 유린보 마송 보는 시내 징구 봉지 그리스.
So the third fault is the fault of dullness and agitation, and this morning I described what dullness is and what agitation is. And the antidote to dullness and agitation is mental vigilance, or Shishin in Tibetan. And the function of mental vigilance is to engage in this introspection and to see whether the mind or has fallen into a state of dullness or agitation. So its function is to engage in introspection with respect to whether there is dullness or agitation. So the application of mental vigilance for beings of the highest capacity through mental vigilance, they are able to detect just before one sinks into dullness or agitation, just before one suffers from dullness and agitation, the practitioner of the highest capacity is able to actually detect it and then engage in counteractive measures. The middling practitioner is able to detect dullness and agitation immediately after it happens, and then the practitioner of the worst kind. That's not a good translation.
Maybe the least.
Least, yeah, least. Chú Thomas là rồi, chú đi đục xuyên lên rồi, nhắm lên đục xuyên lên rồi. The least capable. Practitioner is able to detect it not long afterwards.
What about the category underneath that?
어디래? 어디네? 다음은 중앙당 묵박이 개부 가르쳐서는 아니 미대면서 요즘 집에 넘버 젠티 묵박이스 미남에서부터 유유다심 집에 넘버 젠티 집에 넘버 젠티가 다 묵박이 샘은 멤버더부 멤버더부 다티 그 가르쳐 묵박들에 이제 샘은 멤버더부 샘 나쁜 분들이 미대 샘 미대에 현도 메트로양 다티 묵박생이 되리스 샘 미대 메시징 유심 집에 나봐 제 묵박이스 샘은 멤버 와리 다티 묵박티티스 다티네 샘은 멤버 더부당 샘 미대에 현도 메트로양 당자서 세자 네바 젠베 슈신도 소나티 저라파 나 개발가리야스나 디야스 주부티 루심 집에 넘버 진지스 미버티 메시지 루심 집에 넘버 진지 무버스리야스 다드 정화세야디 심는 멤버 버버더 미대 현도 메트 미대 마쇼네요 니지 당제的세제 메버티 당제的세제 니가 메버티 젠베 슈신도 소나 디죠라 버체
당기도 세전 이자쇼.
So then also there's a difference between Qinghua, which we translate as dullness, or state of mental thinking. There's a difference between dullness and Qinghua and Mukba in Tibetan. Mukba means state of fogginess, foggy state of mind, Mukba. So there's a difference between fogginess and dullness. Fogginess of foggy state of mind refers to the state when when there is no that the object of one's meditation is not visible in one's own mental consciousness. So in other words, it's not clear and it's not visible, and also there is it is characterized by a state of mental and physical heaviness. Mentally, there's like feeling of heaviness, and physically there's feeling of heaviness, and the object is not visible. So that is fogginess, and that is not actually even considered to be dullness. Dullness is actually when there's a little bit of concentration. So then dullness, the gross dullness, that is, when we compare that with fogginess, the gross dullness is characterized by this condition or state where even though one is not distracted from the image or object of one's meditation, so that one is still on the image, but it seems as if darkness has descended into one's own mind, just like when it becomes dark outside, like your mind has become dark in the sense that there is, even though one is still on the object, the clarity is not there, and also the the clarity as well as the intensity of the clarity is not very much there. So it is as if darkness has descended into one's mind, even though one is still focused on the object. So that's gross dullness. So there's a difference between gross dullness and fogginess, mukpa, in that sense.
얘네 그래서 우리 당제가 세제 니가 얘기한 아니 니들 니시 담치마 세제가 날 중세 맞춰서나 정말 참으래다 지 땡인지 스니들 가르에서는 당쳤다 세제 날 건데 뭐지고 세제 예버점 좀 있지 세제 날 건데 뭐지 나도 세제 날 중세 맞춰서는 정말 참으래요.
Then when one is in a state where there is both clarity as well as stability, but the intensity of the clarity diminished a little bit, because single pointed concentration requires not just stability and concentration, but stability and clarity, but the clarity has to be intense. So when that intensity decreases a little bit, then that is the state when one suffers from what we call as subtle dullness.
다 지와 참못 팬이 지와라 버디 레요리 디네야 지와 참못다 지와라 버디 괜히 말이스 그래서 지와 참못이 땡인지 땡인지 세저 말이 중세 만마를 두디 지와 참못이 땡인지 괜히 땡인지 많이야 땡인지 기와이 있어 지와 참못이 주부디 정말 아버지 개와이게 말이야. 그래서 분이 정말 참는 폐와를 때는 정말 아버지 정말이지 그 샘디 교육집에 정말 참부터 라르라르친 정말 아버지를 스티리와 말이스. 정말 참부터 땡이지 개와 정말 아버지 개와 말이야.
And also the relationship between subtle dullness and gross dullness. Are they of the same continuum? The answer is no. Even though it seems it is the case, it is not the case. Even though because of many repeated problems of subtle dullness, that one eventually generates gross dullness, but nonetheless we have to say that the gross dullness and the subtle dullness do not share the same continuum, because subtle dullness is actually subtle dullness is continuum of concentration itself. In terms of like a single continuum, subtle dullness is actually continuum of a single point of concentration. Even though there's a little bit of fault, but this is nonetheless regarded as part of the stream of concentrated mind. And so therefore subtle dullness therefore is actually regarded as a wholesome state of mind, virtuous state of the mind, whereas gross dullness is a negative state of the mind.
다때네 정확히 세배 중수나 아니 세야기 탑시드나 군주기 인대상 정확히 셈마를 친들어 아니 군주기 인대로부터인데 삼은 셈디야 대성기 한나의 tema 이르지 초탐정이 나의 쳐버렸던데 이르지 이제 제수는 정확히 이르스 정확히 이르는 이게 세 맞춤나 아니 인도제네스 중앙세 맞춤나 아니 농심 난가다 세베 당나세지 농심 난가다 세베 당나세디 랑기 류 제루 때부터 랑기 류 제루 때부터 삼네 진인게 난도 랑심 신도 차례 농심디 까마르 지구기 공화점 지구 춘지구 공화점 삽니다. 근데 페스나야 디파담바상기 디파담바상기의 수야래. 근데 키루를 붙이기 수는데 파담바상기의 수야데 이제 삼다니 페 당구들 뒤sam바 인가를 상대로 봐 이제 버릇이지 페니버디 숨지 지불을 페 숨버트 때는 난가 인 난게인 수트 아니 난게 그 켜라 랑기 생기 켜버지 텔레 인가샤 삼단지 대야디 그거 젠더 도야시 디 숨그리
Then in terms of elimination of dullness, because dullness is a low state of mind, mind that is that sinks down, so to speak. One has to actually make one's own mental state. One has to elevate one's mental state, and elevate mental state in the sense of filling it with joy, as opposed to kind of becoming sad or dull or depressed and so forth, which are lower states of mind, as the terminology. So therefore, to elevate this one's own mental state, one way is to actually dwell on the qualities of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and then fill your mind with joy, thinking on these qualities. The other is to actually visualize the entire place or universe as filled with rays. So all around you, your entire environment, you visualize as totally filled with radiance, rays, and then that helps to again eliminate dullness. And it is said that if one is still not able to eliminate dullness, then the forceful method of elimination of dullness, as it is taught by Padma Sangye and also taught by Kheru Rinpoche, is to actually visualize. So in Kheru Rinpoche's text is actually called 21 versed small 21 versed booklet, which is actually the name of the text. There Kheru Rinpoche actually talks about this method, and as it is also taught by Padma Sangye, which is basically to visualize merging your mind with space and mingling them inseparably. And this is done in this way. You have to visualize yourself as in the form of a rainbow body, and you visualize your mind inside this rainbow body at the heart center in the form of at the size of a small egg or bird, of a small bird, that size. Visualize like that, and then you visualize the central channel, and then you utter the syllable pe. As you utter it for the first time, you visualize your mind at the heart center, going from the heart to the throat chakra, you utter it the second time, you visualize the mind going from the throat to the crown chakra. And the third time you utter pet, then you visualize your mind going out of your crown chakra, goes into the space and mingles inseparably with the space in such a way that to the extent the space extends, you also visualize your mind also is extended like that. And your mind extends to the extent of the space in such a way that you visualize your mind as inseparable from the space. And then be in that experience for a couple of minutes. And this technique is regarded as forceful elimination of dullness.
되네. 단디들 되네. 그래서 그래. semmipa midende yometu minepar 아니 중세 초안에 그거 참아요. 다 뒤님보라. 전시시대 전바다 시신 된. 전바다 시신 때는 국내 마서나 아니 그래서 우리 뒤님보들 디다디디 어머님벌에 숨거리 내다바다 내 숨부등에 그에 등에 공부 배나 그것에 봤음 토다니 니파 치료를 이행벌어 봐 이년을 내다바 보면서는 아니 셈디야지 저 마을에 좀 보여야 내다바 공부 내 숨부등에 공부 그에 등에 다디 검내 그것이 세마도나 그것이 젠더스 주베 맹아 다 그것 젠더스 주베 맹아들아 니 그래서 그래 그래서 그래 롱 뭐지 그래서 롱롱을 딱 우중 이슈 나지지 야 농부가 제지수 야 우중 제지지 야 농부가 제지수 아두 세네 이슈 제지스 말다 이슈 제지스 말 주지스 아니 주지스 아니 조순 아니 정아스 다 딘데시 우중 딘데시 우판동제 동 판도서 선바제 주용서 선바제 야 판도서 선바도 지니 쿠바레를 쿠바지 장가지지 dinji ngati 양롱 분바지 디노 말렘 고로야 데베팔 데베섬 는 가져서 롱 분바지스 어딘데지 야 우중 아니 그래서 죽지 진짜 조승민 진짜 정말 진짜 왔다 되네 농분바지 진짜 숨네 디다 그거 진짜 순도지 맹아티들이
So then, with respect to agitation, at the onset of subtle agitation, which is basically, even though one has not lost the image of one's own concentration, but there is a slight distraction to an external object of desire, which is basically the onset of subtle agitation. One has to eliminate this agitation by application of mindfulness and vigilance, through application of mindfulness and vigilance. And if one is not able to eliminate through application of mindfulness vigilance, then as it is taught in Wuma Nyingbo, the essence of the middle way, then one has to meditate on impermanence, sufferings of the lower realms, sufferings within samsara in general, and so forth. And then when you meditate on these things, then it has the tendency to eliminate your mental agitation. Because mental agitation is a state of mental excitement, excited to external objects of desire. And so therefore when you meditate on things like impermanence and suffering and so forth, it has the tendency to eliminate that excitement and suppress your mind and control your mind in that sense. But even after this, if one is not able to cut or destroy or eliminate mental agitation, then the instruction of forcefully eliminating mental agitation is taught, and this refers to the technique of counting breath while engaging in vast retention of the breath. So you do a vast retention of the breath, which is done by suppressing the upper wind. As you inhale, you bring the upper winds to the navel and then suppress it, and then you bring also the lower winds through constricting the lower doors, and then bring them to a union or to a kiss at the navel center, and retaining like this is actually called vast breath retention. So engage in the vast breath retention, and then engage in counting of the breath. Exhalation and inhalation count as one breath. So count first of all, while retaining the vast breath, count up to 5 times, and then release your vast retention. Then again assume vast retention breathing, count up to 7 times. Then release that. Then engage in vast breathing retention and count up to 11 times, 13 times, 15 times, 21 times, and so forth until your agitation is eliminated. So this method is actually referred to as the instruction of forcefully eliminating mental agitation.
Tatine Tachida di Udane Jun, Tande di Udane Jun, Tatine Yereshin La Sorne Gibe Gilda Tari, Ude Menga Shun Sans, Ude Menga di Tante Neva Nache Duchi Getting Dimba, Di Shun Sans, Di Dendo, Niasane Shebe, Doctors, Semnebe Takuji, Ijishi, Juju Kagane. 니가 창나 이면지 두줄 레버 창아 이미 인자 디다 핀주 칸칸에 디네야 다 열심히 라우스로스야지 기시 라우스로스야지 야리 어디기 우드네 좀 menga 디텐도 아니 녀선에 시베 독두 셈네벤 터부스 이지시스 디 카간에 니가 참아지는 양 연주디 디네 숨비bre 디 숨브레 디야 파주 펜주 제주디 십시타만 숨브레 다 펜주 다 셈네베 탑고들이 이지 디네가수 탑고디네가수 이지 디다 디유주 똑디다 디유주디 자네 숨메브레 디 자네 숨야 디다 기시 샤라를 숨긴 지침발에 버려 마시는 님부 뒤집에 그 뒤집에 그래서 여행장 세티티 기시라 소에 님네가티티 이라리티 대다 편주 카간에 셈네 부또 주장 이시주 이집 시주 주친지 말로가 마시는 뒤집에 그것을 뒤집어다 뒤집어 그것을 뒤집어서 땡에서 주비 기시샤라 자라와 인데 자기 년부터 두지미지기 참 시비치도 단지 단이 년부터 제보다 미치버서 지니와 뒤년부로 년부 두 제배 년부터는 두 미치버서 지제 단 두지 미치버 저는 중국 시외체 년부터 제바디 교인 바디 이것도 두 미치버디 단 두제보다 미치버니디 그뒤내도 잘 구해야 돼 마셔봐디 기시 샤라바기 때문에 디시베치도 이지시부디 생내를 듣고 당 이지시부디 자녀순 거야 돼 조디 년부터 제보다 미치베 내가 디시베치도 진짜 아니 제가당 공부하기 시작했지 이집거든 샘구양 저섬구숨 급수수 시작했지 다 샘구부터 저배 주중기 급지야 성주구 급지지 공중 급지지 이제 내가 시작했지 샘내가 덕보다 또 잘못 시작했지 더 기시샤라에 숨기 디샤샤라에 숨기 또 둘레창은 이번에 님부터 지게다 생내의 또 그기 지수 레벨 공들에 탈주가 숨더라 제장 제름도 지게 들은 아주제는 재산 어떻게
이주실에 닥작해. 이주실에.
네.
여기 이제
이지시서
닥작
이 집에서 그래.
가보시지.
말 주비 이지세나 이지서 이지시서 야기비 이다 이제
이제 오. So then the next two faults and the antidotes. The fault of not applying antidotes when it is necessary, and the fault of applying antidotes when there is no need. Right? So to thoroughly discern this particular practice, to thoroughly understand when we have to apply antidotes and when we don't have to apply the antidotes, then at this stage Geshe Laksorwa mentions that we have to understand the techniques of concentration as it is taught in discerning the middle and extreme Vita Namje, which we were following up to now. Not sorry. Vita Namje did Matthew Kumbur. So Vita Namje, discerning the middle and extremes is by Maitreya Buddha, which we are following right now. and he says we have to understand this, and on where we mention where there's a mention of 5 folds and 8 antidotes. That's what we are following right now, right? On top of this, then Geshe Laksorwa says that we have to understand the techniques taught in Asanga's Nyensa, grounds of hearers, or Shrakas, or grounds of hearers, where Asanga talks about 9 stages of concentration and 6 powers and 4 mental engagements. So when we combine these 2 techniques, then Geshe Laksorwa says that then we will be able to actually appreciate these 2 final faults and application of the corresponding antidotes, which is basically not applying antidotes when necessary and applying antidotes when it's necessary, right? To really able to understand when to do this and when not to do this, we have to combine both of these 2 techniques by Asanga as well as Matthew Buddha. But even though Geshe Laksorwa mentioned that, he didn't actually show how to actually combine and relate the 9 stages of meditation, 9 stages of concentration, and the 6 powers and the 4 mental engagements. And this is actually later on taught by Geshe Sharawa. Then Geshe Sharawa actually Geshe Sharawa mentioned that if we are able to combine the 9 stages of concentration with the 4 mental engagements, then we would be able to really appreciate the technique of applying antidotes when it's necessary and not applying antidotes when it's not necessary. He said that, and he taught that. And secondly, he said that Geshe Sharawa said that when we are able to actually combine the 9 stages of concentration with 6 powers, then we would be able to actually understand the real significance of the 9 stages of concentration, which can be applied with respect to both hearing, contemplation, and meditation. Usually, we went from 9 stages of concentration. We only think within the context of meditation, but these 9 stages or 9 methods, as it is called, can be applied with respect to studying, contemplation, as well as meditation, Tösam, Töva, Saba, and Gomba.
다데야 다스네 부디 녀선네 시베 셈 네버 부디 셈 네버 담부 나니도 줘봐세 나니도 줘봐세디 치르기미버 탐제레 셈 뒤네 땡게 정말 최대 지어수장네 나도 미발라 최대 셈네 담부디라 다 semne tele ta na ni tu jo be semne si semne tambu tele tindes.
So then we go through the 9 methods or 9 stages of concentration, and the first is referred to as mental placement, sem joba. Nangido joba means placing internally on the object of your meditation. So that's how it is described in the grounds of hearers. Placing internally on the object of meditation. Internally as opposed to an external kind of object. Internal refers to the object of meditation that has been taught or instructed before.
다데네 아니 남주 먼저 유닝 나시니티 계심 담지 것도 있어요. 유닝나티 준비하면 봐 템바 띵지세지야리. 이 계심 담지 것도 있죠. 남주 먼저 유닝나에 나디 아니 띵지세야디 이야리. 이 유나다 띵나기 띵지데다 semne bui tambu tingdi ni keba kariyares sena ni ni le keba yares da tanda ji gesim yuren tu kende chine iko tu ya tingdi ji yare 유린 그룹 주인의 띵인지 이내야 이 셈난도 두접 충어리스 유민나의 나기 띵인지스야 셈난도 두접 충어리 셈내 당부 띵인지 셈난도 두접 쳐리 디에서 띵이 개발지야리스
대버 눈버 너버 대버라.
개발
대버 눈버 너버 대버 등이지. 대버로.
개발 개발 띵인지 싫어
싫어 그래. So the first stage of the nine matters or nine stages of concentration, the internal placement, sim jopa, nangito jopa, internal placement, and that level or that stage has, of course, a degree of concentration. But then also we say that or any virtuous state of mind, any wholesome state of mind is necessarily accompanied by what we call as 5 pervasive mental factors, secondary minds. Whenever it is a wholesome state of mind, a positive state of mind, it is necessarily accompanied by 5 other mental factors, which we call as gundonga, all accompanying mental factors. And so these are faith, aspiration, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. So then in that all accompanying mental factors there is also concentration, right? One of them is concentration. So then what is the difference between that concentration, which necessarily accompanies any wholesome mental state, and the concentration of the first stage of the 9 stages? So Rinpoche said that the difference is of duration. That even though any wholesome state has a concentration aspect, that concentration is for a very short duration of time. Whereas when we talk about the first stage of the 9 stages of meditation or concentration, the placement, the duration of concentration is longer.
다디 두접치다 가르에서는 다디 전에 담불급수 쌤난 두접치와 인선에 쌤들만 친구들 지친 니조도 저것도 되게 연구이거든. 그래 쌤난 두접치와 인선. 주부티 가서 때 진짜기 나 매버치 쌤티들 내대야지 고바이네 유티 내대야지 쌤나는 두접충 들 미버들 내를 또 쌤나는 두접쳐주고요. 단다 쌤네 그것도 미버들 내를 또 쌤들나는 두접쳐해서 아니 지 디데기 따라 니조도 저부터 진짜 용이야리스 어디 송도가 디자 어디 진짜 군단장의 양 송도인스디.
So actually, sorry, I have to correct one translation. It's not duration; it's degree or intensity of withdrawing the mind onto the object, or the degree or the intensity of mind gathering, so to speak, or withdrawing into the object of concentration. So that degree is more intense with respect to the first state, which is mental placement, as opposed to any wholesome state where there is a degree of concentration. So 공당 전배 yang 공단 대변인만.
비베트네.
공단 대변인. Kongda Denme actually described the difference by saying that because with respect to the mental placement, the degree or the intensity of the mind withdrawing into the object is more intense. One of its symptoms, kind of symptomatic expression, is that you can actually fall into some sort of sleep state even because the withdrawing is more intense. Whereas when you're engaging in when you have a wholesome state of mind, even though there is concentration, the degree of the mind withdrawing into the object is not very much there. So therefore, because of that, because the intensity of the withdrawing or absorption of the mind onto the object is less, we don't, fall asleep and so forth.
어디 세상 어디 내가 다대딩은 지게지면 카시엘에 세미나 담비 게지면 찍디
And also, there's also a difference in terms of quality of concentration. The quality of concentration that is there with respect to the first state of the 9 stages, the mental placement, is better than the quality of the concentration that is always there with respect to any wholesome state.
내가 비자를 스타트지 비자들 sempre 내디에버 지지도 내디에디 이쪽 경우가 sem 난 두접 친구야 말아 그 지때 내게 지지 내가 지야리 제가 마음이디 땡지시에 sem 탕제 것도 되죠 미게 체로지네 들 지지도 내가 유는 분에 투에 되야로 텔레 땡지시게 땡지도 마테네 샘데미 벨 가우디 비자레타 땡지 지지도 내가 유는 거를 지내 두고 이내야 샘난 두접 친구 매베 인생 비지 정확히 여기 띵인가 매베 샘난 두접 샘에 담도 그래서 샘난 두접 저 인생에 정확히 여기 인가 정확히 마음 어때 띵하시 제 겨울 내가 샘 지집에 이내야 샘난 지집 내도 중요해 난 두접 중요해서
So, the degree or the intensity of mental absorption into the object, if that is there, then also there is a greater degree of concentration. Then there is also more danger of mind suffering from dullness and even sleep. Example is like when we watch like movies. When we watch movies, there's definite concentration there, but we don't fall asleep most of the time. And the reason for that is because the absorption is not that intense. Even though there is definite concentration, that to the extent that we are oblivious to what is happening around us when we are watching a movie. But because the absorption is not intense, we don't fall into dullness or state of sleepiness, right? So that is the difference. But in fact, according to the Vaibhashika school of philosophy, they actually maintain that every mental state has a concentration aspect, samadhi aspect. Even with respect to engaging, even with respect to negative states of mind, they say that there is a concentration. There's a samadhi aspect to it. According, of course, to higher schools, they say that only wholesome states of the mind has these 5 aspects.
다때네 다sem네 담부디 아니 töbe도 인상 직진하게 보았던 상주의 법이 하마리 근데 sem네 담부도 제상 töbe도 기도스를 높은 töbe도 기도 그래서 딱 직진하게 보았던 이게 보았던 이래 최종 시렵어요 최종기 로치 이게 그래서 어디지
세상 공화.
직진답에 고아점 시도 퇴퇴퇴 때는 미발을 지지네 제가 퇴배도 삼중이 받아 지기 성명만 듣다니 리베토 지지네 많이 다 퇴배도 일 지지네 다 삼중 최중기 싫어 러지네
So, with respect to the first concentration, first level of concentration, the placement, the internal placement, it is said that that first level of concentration is accomplished by wisdom of hearing, wisdom of studying, as opposed to wisdom that is born out of contemplation or meditation. So, simply through repeated hearing of that particular image on which we are going to meditate, the first level is accomplished, the level of placement level.
That in a seminar, Dambuka Sutaji Kendeji Yamdi and Mibala Mineva Namdo research for Chutan Rawaji Chichu need to join his son. 김발에 아니 냠이 제베 거서 남도 만도서 왔다 냠지 남도 만도서 왔다 냠지 일단 주마삼 남기위나 삼단기야 말봐 삼마데메서 남도 만도 줘야 냠스야 되는데 롤 체리야 말고 삼단 다른 삼단인도 좀 같네 남도 만도서 냠체리야 디네 도나 제발 때는 남도 만도 좀 냠디 차버 봐 남기 도나 매버 봐 남도 만도 좀 냠디 되게 좋아하세요.
So, in terms of meditative experience at the first level, that is level of placement, it is said that at this stage, discursive thoughts come so frequently, just like waterfall, just like a steep waterfall. This is the kind of internal experience, and also we go through this experience of thinking that in fact discursive thoughts have increased as compared to the times when we were not meditating, and this is not actually the case. But rather because of the fact that now we are aware of these discursive thoughts, even though it was there earlier, because we have not consciously meditated, we were not aware of that. So the feeling that in fact the discursive thoughts have increased is because of the fact that we are now getting aware of these discursive thoughts.
tenaya tu stani ni ji zam rin le ani sem me yo ji tu na sem ne dang bu tu be chen yin su de de ni ji ri ma yin ba su tu na sem ne dang bu tu chen yin nam ri lai chang su
뭐지? 중국의 직접 중국의
de 중앙다 중앙다
직접
직제 근데 숨 담부터 봐 semne 담부터 수 담부터 봐 숨시 아 지미슈 네트워크 근데 봐 유를 연수네 근데 니지 좀 기능다 sem아요 네트워크 디치나 semne 담부고 좀 비슷해 semne 담부도 제이스 로가리스.
So, in the beginning of our meditation at this level, the first level of concentration, that is mental placement, what we can do is that we are able to remain concentrated for the duration it takes for the duration of 3 to 4 rounds of breathing. So breathing means like one inhalation and exhalation counts as one round. So for 3 to 4 rounds of breathing, we are able to remain concentrated, and then we lose the concentration, and then we train like this. And through repeated training, when there comes a time when we are able to remain concentrated for the duration of 21 rounds of breathing. 21 rounds of breathing, for the duration it takes to count that 21 rounds of breathing, we are able to remain concentrated single-pointedly on the object. Then that is the measure for having accomplished, for having perfected the first state, first level, which is the mental placement level. This is taught by Pabonga Rinpoche in his Liberation in the Palm of Your Hand.
다스네 다스네 니바 세티 균도 줘봐 세티 다스네 니바 균도 줘봐 세티 디가리에서 미발라 셈메요가 균이 중세 튀네베 셈네 딜레타 셈네 니바 시기 균도 줘봐 세티 셈미발라 메요가 균이 중세 튀네베 셈네 니바 딜레 다 나도 균도 줘봐 셈네 균도 줘봐.
So then the second level of concentration is referred to as continual placement. Gyundu Jokpa in Tibetan, continual placement. And continual placement, as the name indicates, means that earlier our meditation is interrupted frequently, but when we are able to maintain a duration of continuity in our meditation, that is the time when we have actually reached the second level of concentration, which is the continual placement level.
다 셈네 니바티 셈중 니베 삼베도 다 셈네 니바네 셈주기 로티 니베 셈주기 로 니베 야사 똑주기나네 삼베도 세티 체베도티 셈네 담불샤 삼베도티 셈네 니바르샤 디펜제티네 공베도티 두비야리 제스 공중 제사 군인이레스 셈네 담부티 투중이 버시야 셈네 니베 셈중이 버시베 체도 이네 저베도 삼베도 스타 삼베도 셈네 니베 셈네 니베샤 이네 셈중이 버기야 다 이네 핀제티네 공중이
So this continual placement level of concentration is accomplished by wisdom of contemplation, not wisdom of hearing or studying, but wisdom of contemplation, which then is to also to say that the first level, the placement level, is accomplished by the wisdom of hearing. So with respect to the 6 powers, how 6 powers accomplish the 9 levels. The first level, the level of placement, is accomplished by the power of hearing or power of studying, and the second level, the continual placement, is accomplished by the power of contemplation, samjung, and then the rest of the 9 states are accomplished by power of meditation.
다때네 셈네 니베 값수 냠지가리 셈네 남도 니베스도에 냠스미티 중인스 산산난도 시 산산난도 라 이제 지기가 제사 남도 니에스에 냠중스.
So then in terms of internal experience to the meditator, at the second level, the internal experience is experienced as if discursive thought rest in between. A rest in between or rest in a state of peace, discursive thoughts. And that is to say that one feels that sometimes discursive thoughts arise, sometimes they pacify, they are no longer there, in which case then they are resting in that sense. And then once again then they arise. So therefore the experience is as if the discursive thoughts take rest in between, in the sense that they are pacified.
semne tambani jiga jingwi ni che ma ma ni tengen ji mingwe le ni.
So the first two levels are also levels when there are frequent dullness and agitation, and the concentration is less, and there is less concentration and frequent dullness and agitation.
Da tene chukche de yan namde la jale de da kunde semi bala sha zamne jun se tu ba bena mani chengo ji zamji rin wamna ji rin me wa chunga da wins da di semne ni ba chukche de mani chengo ji zamji rin le pe semme wa mi ko la ji ji ne to da chon so na ne semne ni ba
So then the measure for having accomplished the second level of concentration, which is continual placement, and this is actually again taught in the Liberation in the Palm of Hand by Pavanga, where Judge Pavanga says that it is a time when, after placing your mind on a given object, that we are able to sustain that continuity for a little while. And for a little while means basically the length it takes time to do a one round mala of mani mandra or mani pemana. So the time it takes to finish one round of mala or reciting mani mandra, if we are able to maintain concentration, then that is the measure of having accomplished the second level.
semne ni ba ne semle rung ni xingja chamo semne ni ba ne sung ni je de lo san de bu xin ni shi lo san de bu xin ni ba de semne ni ba ne semle rung ni xingja chamo semne ni ba san de ni ba semne ni ba ne tu ne pema pinje da ge roa chung se ke na semle su ma sam yo ne pen ki ko sim ba yin de ja sa ta semne ni ba ka su semle roa chung se ki gi semle roa chung se ke yin de lu sim le su ma sam cham ni wi ta semle su ma ta xinjiang 개발전티 기계야 말봐. 심지어 신장 개발전티 심내 구배로 기계야 돼. 그래서 신장 참 어디 이 신장에서 계단 거래서는 로아 중세기는 날 때문에 디딜레 공공 공부할 때문에 심을 로아를 중세기에서는 이네 심때 계속 와도 같이 유심 계속 같이 참으시기 제사 이님이 중부도가 로아 중세기에는 유심 예수로 왔다 용에 폐인 것에 인스 다스 세미발레테 폐인으로디 생각 로아 중세기에서는 생각은 신의 군대 폐인 참모 되는 것좀 인스 다스 내니네.
So, according to some scholar yogis, like Venerable Lobsang Nabu, they say that the second level, the continual placement level, is the level when one also achieves a subtle mental and physical pliancy. Of course, the special mental and physical pliancy, same hinjang, right? Hinjang is achieved after the ninth stage, culminating in the accomplishment of karmic abiding. But they say that a subtle, a very small mental and physical pliancy is achieved beginning from the second level, which also accords with what Pemang Pendita mentioned. And Pemang Pendita mentioned that at the second level, because of the fact that one generates a little joy because of meditation, that joy actually induces a small degree of mental and physical pliancy. And because of that experience of small physical and mental pliancy, it is also the beginning of the experiencing of the benefits of concentration. And that is when you actually begin to experience the benefits, the actual benefits of meditation.
다드네 semne sumbati lendi jobaseade semme bala jungse kombe tembe semme yawa nu tone ta semne sumbe kapsu lendi jobasite tamba me bala jungse kombe tembe semme yawa ti nu to bache tone lar me bala lemba doba chebatire semne tele sem lenti jopas lenti sebe lar chukune la yami bala jobasiye jobam doba mi bala sem dos
Then the third level is called Lende Jokpa in Tibetan, which can be translated as patch-like mental placement, patching, or repeated mental placing. Because this is a time where when you are concentrated on your focus of your concentration, when you get distracted, you're able to detect it right away and then bring your mind back to your object of meditation, which is repeated placement in that sense, or patch-like placement, because you never lose the stream of consciousness, stream of concentration.
semne timbane semne sumbane timbe partela nyam dikare sena namdo thangchebe nyam namdo thangchebe namdo thangchebe namdo thangchebe tachidach namdo shira kobe namdo thangchebe nyams.
So then, from the third to the seventh level, the internal experience is as if discursive thoughts are tied. So earlier discursive thoughts were taking a rest. Now it is as if the discursive thoughts are tired, and so they do not function well now because you have fought so well, you have made them so weak. So it is as if they are now exhausted. They cannot plague you anymore.
Das semne dambu kapsu yamati riwa never to much. Semne nibe kapsu semne dambula doiti ani never di riwa ani yamati tui niebal dele doba di doba in jembe doji di Ateti number like an subati top drugi nani jembe top di simne nibat sumbat
당고도 니고도 무슨 리스트 투스 니고도 숨버숨
야 당부다 nibat
전도
알려 sumbat jembe top 라 근데 simne 당부 영화rin 중에 링라 통화 영화 내가 통지 니버들은 도우스제
뭐 잘못했어 뒷톱이 조준도 삼준도 또비
나 똑띠 때문에 도우스제 나도 이게 아직 또 저래도 삼배도 이봐 생내 숨을 때 때문에 또 좋지 니버들은 또 semne sumbati ba semne sumbati tembe to that is serious semne sumbati tembe to tebe things sumbati lendi joba ba
된죠
top drugnani tembe to give it to you.
So then the third state, the state of repeated placement or patch-like placement, is accomplished by of the six powers, the power of mindfulness or power of remembrance.
다 레디 샤스타. 네. 다 스네 시버티 가르스. 요르죠 봐. 젬베 온기 스네 시버티 요르죠 봐. 스티바. 말해서 시버지 봐. 시버 요르죠 봐. 젬베 온기 스미바 야침벌레 뒤 미바 차르 제베 제네 원에 공도 쪽에 스네 시바스다 원에 공도 쪽에 스네 딜레타스 녀르죠 바시구나 녀르죠 바세디 스미바 야침벌레 뒤 미바 차르 제네 차르 다네 딜레 원에 공도 쪽에 semne nyorijo shiba.
So then the fourth level is the referred to as close placement, the varjopa, close placement, and close placement here refers to the practice of making the object of meditation even more subtle. So earlier, the object of meditation is a little bigger. Then you're able to make the object of meditation more subtle. So withdraw your mind, absorb your mind in a more subtle object of your focus, and in that way, one is able to increase one's level of absorption higher and higher.
That 되네 가르스베 semne 시원에 미테 쇼라 미시스 나마숨 체슈바인스 다 semne 담부숨 체슈바인 되네 semne 시원에 미테 쇼라 미시 미테 쇼라 뜻이 말이지 왜냐 미테 마쇼를 신도 저기 슈침을 좋아해요.
So then it is said that from the fourth level onwards, one will never lose one's object of meditation. One will never get distracted so that one totally lose the object of meditation. So even though one does not lose the object of meditation from the fourth concentration onwards, but still one can suffer from intense dullness and agitation.
다 시백값수 다 나르스메 메타라 전부 나르스바 전부 똑똑바 있어. 다 순백값수 전부 똑 뒤에 인체민바 다 시백값수 전부 똑 소바 있어. 그래서 미 나르스바 나시 전부 똑띠 똑띠 소바 있어. 맞아서 semne sumba de shimani chembeto shi ta chembeto ne zoba ni zoba si di chembeto chiji keva de keva.
So the third level, which is the repeated placement, is accomplished by power of mindfulness, and at the fourth level, level of close placement, the power of mindfulness is perfected. Just like a grown-up man, here it is said that mindfulness, the power of mindfulness, matures and is perfected at this stage. So therefore, the third and the fourth levels are accomplished by the application of the power of mindfulness.
다데 semne ngabati duwa chiba seti 땡겐지 이제 통에 땡겐지 가을 집에 semne ngabati semne dire 다디 duwa 집에 semne semne ngabasi.
So the fifth level of concentration is referred to as pacifying, durachiba, pacifying. And it is referred to as pacifying because here, by actually experiencing the qualities of concentration or samadhi, one's mind is filled with joy, and that's why one is pacified in that sense.
다 semne ngabel값수 시벨값수 sem나한테 두자be 온기 이들이 정원 참여 니체베 다디 semne ngabel값수 정말 참모도 다 니친부요. 인가 참부요. 스티미사 시신기 똑디 semnengabal 샤요. 시신기 잘하지니 정말 참모 중에 잘해. 지구여러 뒤에서 시신기 똑 걔네 잘하지. 띵인지 인데 삼네 생도. 네 잘하지. 네 띵인지 인데 삼네 생도. 나야 그래서 정말 참을 예체면서 정말 참을 때그 생도 그래요. 제가 띵인지 인데 전에 야 생도야 당시
So the fifth level, the pacifying level, is also a state where one can suffer from subtle dullness, and that is because at the fourth level, through repeated application of mindfulness, one withdraws the mind inwardly on the object, and one's mind gets absorbed into the object so much that during the fifth level, there's the danger of actually suffering from subtle dullness. So in order to eliminate the fault of subtle dullness at the fifth level, then one rely on the power of vigilance. So the fifth level is accomplished by power of the vigilance, and power of vigilance is through introspection. One has to guard and to introspect as to whether our mind has fallen into a state of subtle dullness or not, and finding that it has fallen into a state of subtle dullness or is about to fall into a state of dullness, then one engages in counteractive measures, and one of which is basically to dwell on, because dullness is the state of mind sinking or thinking low, we have to elevate the state of mind. So therefore, elevation is done by dwelling on the qualities of concentration. By meditating on the quality of concentration, one's mind is elevated. So that's how we engage in the counteractive measure of elevating the mind.
Denis ngama 제다 ngama nila situ semne shibata semne ngama nila jingu rapa juma chalayo kena semne shibata jingu rapa juma semne ngaba ka jingu rapa juma tadi jemina tadi jingu rapa siyate mite shora ji jemina mite shora jemina semne shibane mite shora si sunsunga tete 단지 야 친구인이라 단지지 전에 로산시에 장야 세대를 친구들이 찾아 숨쉬어인다 지 세제유장 이제 정말 그렇습니다. 지산에 정말 라버들이야 가리샤에서는 미디 쇼어디 당장 세진이가 내가 미디 쇼어디라 정말 라버들 그거라 봤어서 사이트 생이 기본에 미디 쇼어는 시점이 디지털 디지털 그거라 봤지 그거라 봤지 차라리 제네틱 그거라 봤지 차라 숨 제는 미디 쇼어디 재미봐 예선
So here one of the difference between the fourth and the fifth placement, fourth and fifth levels, that one of the differences that is given here, it is said here that in this particular text that with respect to the fourth level, there is still danger of suffering from gross dullness and agitation. But with respect to the fifth level, one only suffers from subtle dullness and agitation. So then that really contradicts our earlier statement. Earlier in the teachings, I said that of gross dullness and agitation means when you lose the image altogether, when you get totally distracted and lose the image. But earlier we said that from the fourth onwards, one never loses one's image, right, or focus of meditation. So here then, when it says gross and dullness, we have to again distinguish the degree of subtlety between the subtle dullness. So that there is 3 degrees of subtlety with respect to dullness and agitation, as was earlier proposed by Benjamin Lobsang Chögyam.
diné semné 두버디르바 semné 두버디가 딩에지기 이제 semné 나가 시거티죠 semné 시월에 제바스 있다 딩에지기 시신기 또다 또라테네 남이 미미토네 딩에지를 미가월 집에 메가와 시월 집에서 다들아 남이 변도 돈에 시월에서 시야들아 잘생겼다 이미 되었다 뭐부터 니라서 좋아하는 여러 시월 집에서 신내좀 시월 집에 잘생겼다 아니 어디를
So earlier the fifth level, Tibetan is Dulwar Cheba, which are translated as pacifying, which actually is not really the case because there's a slight difference. So Dulwar Cheba is subduing, and then the sixth is Hiwar Cheba. Hiwar Cheba is pacifying. Now the sixth is pacifying. And so the sixth level is called pacifying because through the power of mental vigilance, one is able to understand the disadvantages of distractions, and because of that, one is able to pacify craving and aversion, dullness, and other forms of mental uneasiness or mental disturbances.
알레 들으셨다. 10월 제가 세트 따라가는 주셔. 10월 제 세트 땡긴지는 메가버. 남이 10월 제가 스제 들으셔. 근데 10시가 세 남이 semne tibetan nyorshi wa seti nyorshi ti chaksim chakbata chaksimda ani yeme de wat mutbat ni la su nyorshi wa
Again, this slight mistake. The sixth is called pacifying, but what is pacified here is that by actually understanding the qualities of concentration or samadhi, one is able to pacify all aversion towards concentration, towards practice of concentration and towards levels of concentration. So what is specified here is one's own aversion towards concentration. And then this seventh is called thoroughly pacifying. Thoroughly pacifying. Here what is pacified is, because of the power of mental vigilance, one is able to understand or detect the disadvantages of distractions, and therefore here one is able to pacify craving and aversion, mental uneasiness and disturbance, like dislikes, displeasure, and also one is able to pacify mental fogginess, and sleepiness and so forth.
That's semne to back up so go but time to go back up so simple sing the job again did go but time niches semne to back up so go but time niches in the garrison semne back up so Chua Tamu Nichibu Yasa Sim Ya Sing the Sing the Dana Ya Gavatamu Jay in there. Just as Senekabe never goes to Chua Tamu Nichibu Yasa Sim Sing the Dana only Sine to beg up to any Gavatamu in the Chimbu is Nichua. Gavatamu Givananti representation the top. Topkiti, Gavatamaya, Yantani, Gopas, send it to Becus. Okay, send it to Becus, Gavatamu niches.
So at the sixth level, the level of pacifying, there is the danger of suffering from subtle mental agitation, Gavatamu. And the reason for that is during the fifth stage of subduing, we engaged in the application of antidotes to eliminate subtle dullness, which there is the danger of at the fifth level because of the fourth level absorption. And so because of the fifth level, we engage in practices to elevate the our own kind of mental state through dwelling on the qualities of concentration and so forth, samadhi and so forth. Now at the sixth level, because of too much elevation, there is the danger of suffering from subtle agitation at the sixth level. And now practice involves again detecting this danger of subtle dullness with mental vigilance, and then engaging in counteractive measures to avoid or eliminate subtle dullness, subtle agitation.
다 생명나올 것수 정말 참모기 니치미예스. 심내 두백급수 정말 참모기 니치로메스. 니가티 네베인 대사. ngama레디 정말 참모기 니치로메스. ngama데 심내 ngabatiba 이거수 정말 참모기 니치로메스. 심내 두백급수 정말 참모기 니치로메스. 그거 참모기 니치로메스.
So here at the fifth level, there is predominance of danger of suffering from subtle mental dullness. But at the sixth level, there is no predominance of suffering from subtle mental dullness. So predominance means there is still danger, but there's no there's no great danger of suffering from subtle mental dullness. But there is danger of suffering from subtle mental agitation at the sixth level.
That is something about the Tuvani with the shishing the top to stop doing it. Dinner shishing the top, so to bed cups of shishing the top, so by that in a about the Tuvani, those soon go make with them. Didn't master to work over Tramu Jam. Mamma tradition which 다 심내 뜸바 녀리 10월 집에 생기니 찬심다 이메데와다 무바다 니가 소바 중앙은 녀리 10월 집에 심내 뜸바지 심내 뜸바 녀리 10월 집에.
So the fifth and the sixth levels of concentration are accomplished by the power of mental vigilance, and it is at the sixth level that the power of mental vigilance is actually perfected, brought into its state of perfection. Then we come to the seventh level. The seventh level is called thoroughly pacifying, and thoroughly pacifying is referred to as such because here at this stage one is able to pacify craving and aversion, mental uneasiness or dislike, and also mental fogginess and mental sleepiness. So all of these are thoroughly pacified here.
that the makers shishing the top of this, and but the shishing the top of the inside. Jingle Gekaya, the net soon to the top jetty, Jingle Tomula, turn to Tenny, won't go to Chico Star. Send it to make up so Jingle Jambet of the shishing the top over inside. And the Jingle Gekaya is, you know, soon to the top jetty, Jingle Tomula, turn to Tenny, won't go to Chico.
So at the seventh state of thoroughly pacifying, because one has already perfected mindfulness and mental vigilance. Because mindfulness is perfected earlier, mental vigilance is perfected at the level of the sixth state. And because of that, it is very difficult for one to suffer from both mental dullness and mental agitation. But nonetheless, here there's still a need to engage in application of effort or joyous effort to try to eliminate even the subtlest mental dullness and mental agitation that might occur. So therefore, there is a need to apply effort here, even though it is very difficult for one to suffer from subtle mental dullness and subtle mental dullness and agitation because of having perfected mental mindfulness and mental vigilance.
That in 다음에 순번에 준비 파티 나부터 등인지 시초인산 진구소 봐도 취배 체지 주배 이지스 다 순번에 준비 파티를 봐도 이지 시나네 봐도 취배 이지스 봐도 체지 주배 이지스 진구소 봐도 취배 인산 봐도 취배 체지 주배 이지 그린스
수만 된 거.
순번에 준비 파티
So, from the third to the seventh stage, it is characterized by, these stages are characterized by more concentration and less distraction. But nonetheless, from the third to the seventh, even though there is concentration, but concentration is interrupted by moments of distraction in the form of dullness and mental dullness and agitation and so forth. So because of this interaction, of the four types of mental engagement, we earlier mentioned about 6 powers and 4 types of mental engagement each. This from the third to the seventh, the mental engagement that is required here is termed as so it's termed as interrupted and engaged. Interrupted and engaged mental engagement. Checking means like interrupted mental engagement because of the fact that one is interrupted by dullness and agitation, but nonetheless one are once again engaged after that.
생내 개발 지지도 집에 등이지 세대 정규 참모장양 잠기 발음의 집에 발음의 발제의 집발 등이지가 기차 수준의 생내들아 지지도 집에 등이지 생내 개발 등이 지지도 집에 등이지 생내 개발 지지도 집에
Then the eighth level is called single pointed level, and this is called single point level because at this level one is not interrupted even by the subtlest of dullness and agitation, but rather one is able to remain in meditative absorption continuously, remain in or enter into single-pointed concentration or samadhi continuously without interrupted by even the subtlest of dullness and agitation. So that's why it's called one-pointed.
다음에 영화는 우주는 제세도 우주 담아내고 생내 개발 때도 정말 중스 매도 중스 지체 아니 자연의 실내도지 아니 디가스 진구 중스 생내 개발가스 중스 다 계절은 그치 생내 개발가스 진구 미죠 중스
So even though one-pointed level, the eighth level is actually defined generally as a state where one is not affected by dullness and agitation at all, but scholars do differ on this particular position as to whether there is subtle dullness or not. According to Mujit Dhammapada says that when the first phase, at the first phase of the one-pointed level, one can suffer from subtle dullness and agitation, but then towards the end of this phase of the eighth level, then one does not suffer from settled dullness agitation. This is according to Ngoju Dhammapadra. And according to Jamyang Shebe Dorji, his position is that at the ed level one can still suffer from settled mental dullness and agitation. But according to Gyasab Dhammarinjan, Gyasab Rinpoche, Gyasab Dhammarinpoche is that at this level, the ed level, there is no settled dullness and agitation. One cannot suffer from settled dullness and agitation.
다들 발체지 주변이 이 선생님 이번에 담배 발들을 발체지 전국의 발도 주변이 제에서 발체지 주변이지
숨어는 봐.
순번에 담배 발봐 뒤 개버디 샤마스나 개버디 전국의 좀 쓰고요 수지를 봐 근데 전국 좀 손님들 뭐 주다만 근데 자연히 싫어 예전에는 저기 민중수 나 셈네 계획거수 자주럽 중세 유장 띵이요 띵메요 따라 또버지 중에 년부터시 중세 때문에 라면도 시와디 디체디는 바ян테 중래서 시대로 그랬으나 자주 친구들이 카벨럽 중세 럽 중세 이와다리 이와야르지 띵요트라스 제사 또버 중세 중앙스 요와다 또버 중세 중앙스 님부터 시대바 템바다 띵 그래서 신신 템바에서 템베 라멘트 시시두리스 땡엔들의 요면에 남도 응어봐 두제바 시베냠 중스 다 계획가수 남도 응어봐 두제바 시베냠 중스 다 가시 뒤숭야디 디네 가수래 순반에 이게 냠들이 뒤바 남도 마음속에 있어야지 신의 담보도 예배가수 남도 예수의 통치의 냠 중세지 봐 근데 순번에 더 예배받으려 뭐라 두집에 냠중 스크래서
숨어는 등급으로 당장. 특히 당보된 마음도 좀 왜냐면 이거디 지금 이거는 예수지. 숨어는 등급으로 당집에 좀.
뒤쪽으로
예바가 올라가는
됐다 탕집 어디지 시리아 탕집에서 돼 수건을 주고 있잖아 봐도 마장이지 야리 다 뒤뒤샤 다 계획없어 응어받도 집에 왜 냠중스도 왜 남도 응어받아 두 집에 냠중스 뒤 중단도 그랬으나 자주 발업다 카중세 남도 중세 연애야 땡이 요는 요트 말이스 근행년부터 신 중세 때부터 잠기니 등문부터 지세야지 년부터 신 중세 때부터 잠기시네 남도 시월지 내버려서 남도 응원부터 지바스 냠중스
So when we when we characterized the levels from the third to the seventh level as interrupted engagement from the point of view of the four types of mental engagement, then that they are interrupted by dullness and agitation, then according to that tradition, then it assumes that at the eighth level there is no subtle dullness agitation, because at the eighth level it is not interrupted, right? The implication is that, or the presumption here is that eighth level is free from subtle dullness and agitation, which is according to also Jatathama Rinjin. But then, in terms of the inner experience of this eighth level, one-pointed level, it is said that even though some conceptual thoughts might still arise, that through application of mental dullness and vigilance, these conceptual thoughts are naturally pacified into the state of the single-pointed concentration, into the state of samadhi, very much like the great ocean, that even though on the surface, there are the waves, waves of the great ocean, but these this like small surface compared to the rest of the depth of the ocean is nothing. But the depth of the ocean is never stirred, right? Even though there is some sort of movement on the surface in the form of waves. So very much like that, here, even though there may be some sort of subtle conceptual thoughts, but these subtle conceptual thoughts are pacified naturally into the state of meditative absorption itself. So that the inner experience here is described as absorption or gathering of all conceptual thoughts. Earlier we defined at the first level that when the inner experience is the first level, as if the conceptual thoughts have actually intensified and multiplied, right? And at the second level, the conceptual thoughts are taking a rest, and from the third to the seventh, the conceptual thoughts are tired. And here, the experience is as if the conceptual thoughts, are all absorbed into the state of meditative experience itself.
어다 계획급 수스다 계획급의 조화 중세 때는 진기린 진구서 이렇게 봐도 줘봐 매배 채바 매버 주비 있다 채바 매버 주비 있지 심내 개발을 시험 그래서는 계획급의 조화 중세 때는 조화 중세 때부터 진기린의 진구서 이렇게
So at the 8th level, if one makes a small effort in the beginning of this meditative session, then one can enter into the state of samadhi without being interrupted by subtle dullness and agitation. Single point, therefore it's called single point, right? Because one is not interrupted by dullness and agitation. The mental engagement here at the 8th level is referred to as uninterrupted mental engagement. Of the 4 types of mental engagement, this is the uninterrupted mental engagement. So according to Liberation in the Palm of Hand, Judge Prabhupada Rinpoche maintains that the difference between the 7th and the 8th level is one of whether there is subtle dullness or not. So that basically says that, implies that at the 8th level there is no subtle dullness and agitation, which accords with Jatathama Rinjin's position. Jatathama Rinjin also said that there is no subtle dullness at the 8th level.
다디 땡은지디 공배 깨지 중야 님부지 생기게 좀 메대바 땡은지는 한번 차게 심내고게 땡은지 다지 님부지 생 배주는 맞대바 땡은지는 한번 차게 심내고게 다들 semne kubane ni bejo lo mete be semne be bejo ni mete ba sempe mi bala ma chu ta ba ja ju ta ba ji sa mo
So then the ninth stage is called equanimity, equanimous or equanimity, equanimous state, and this is the state when, without making any effort, concentration or samadhi naturally arises. Without any effort, that one is able to absorb into the object of meditation single-pointedly, without any interruption. So this is therefore able to ask the state, the equanimous state, or state of equanimity.
Tatine semne kubekausu yen gangi yan ani tengendele yo menu ba yesan namdo number 2 mechi be nyam chungs. Namdo number 2 mechi be nyam. Gebekausu namdo number 2 mechi be nyam. Nyambo jengsi 좋아 요새 땡구죠. 때나 아니 정말로서 지금 유튜브만 했어요. 다들에 아니 님도 좋아 마텐발라 마텐이야. 네. 지금 땡이지 요리에 산남도 뭔가 두미 집에 양중스.
So, at the ninth level, because one's samadhi or concentration is not interrupted or destroyed by any condition whatsoever, any factor whatsoever, because of that, the inner experiences that one experiences, one does not experience the absorption or gathering of conceptual thoughts. At the ed level, one experiences as if the conceptual thoughts are absorbed. Here, because one is not applying any antidote, because this sense is kind of experience of expense, because one is no longer trying to gather or absorb into the object. One does not experience, therefore, the absorption of conceptual thoughts.
Well, that's good. 친구 참만에 대니 땡에들 배매도 유린네 투그리디 신의 친이바 말이 신의 지도 신의 친이바 말이다 신의 버티네 나도 내지 그래서 그래 아니 땡에들 라야 엄시 제벌제네 아니 디제수 유심 신장기 같이 개발지 토스나 아니 다디 신을 두비야 이마도 단다 semne kubati 되심 제집에 되는 진실이들 신의 투영.
So at the ninth level, even though one is able to enter into samadhi without any interruption by subtle dullness and subtle vigilance for long periods of time, it is said that still this is not authentic or genuine state of calm abiding. It is referred to as approximate calm abiding. It is referred to as the single-pointed mind of the desire realm, the single-pointedness of the desire realm. But this is still not genuine or authentic calm abiding. Genuine or authentic calm abiding comes after still practicing samadhi, that there comes a time when one experiences an exceptional joy because of mental and physical pliancy Lusim Xinjiang, mental and physical pliancy, when experiences exceptional joy, then at that stage, then one has achieved genuine calm abiding state.
다때네 어느 다때 신의 유튜브 가르쳐 그래서는 류승 신자기 때 어이켜가진 게 턱고였지. 그때 신의 유튜브가 류승 신자기 때 어이켜가진 턱고였지. 어느 다시 류승 신자기 때 신장이다. 신장이 때 어느 때 견뎌스키 그래서는 신장이래 샘 신장 말이지. 때네 류 신장이지. 대왕이 류 신장이 때와 샘 신장이 때와 있기 때문에 얘를 류 신장이 때문에 샘 신장이 때문에
So therefore, now at the end of the single pointed concentration, after the ninth level, in terms of giving rise to the exceptional joy because of mental and physical pliancy, what is the sequence? Because we're talking about two pliancies, physical pliancy and mental pliancy, and two joys, mental joy and physical joy. So in terms of pliancy, Xinjiang, mental pliancy is generated first, followed by physical pliancy. But in terms of joy, physical joy is experienced first. Based on that, mental joy is experienced.
다때네 샘 신자기 때와디 샘 신자 토발을 가르치고 그래서는 그냥 담보 리기네는 그런 시에 대념 침배지 그래서 리기네 리기네는 그런 시들로 레수 미루한테 레수 미루한테 시에 대념 지기 그래서 대념 지기 그래서는 그냥 그 자 샤마타발레페 지 정오르지나 라바드 사버지도 시아비나 레바지범 세아지다 지 대념 지척이스 대화지 디디담바 아니 가르쳐 그래 류레스 마르메 류긴 남기 류긴네네 류레스 미르마디 야 지원에 템베다리스 천두비다 이 테마타 다지 인데스레스 레 류긴네네 기루 디 시웨 땡냠 스틱 땡냠 데컨데지 단지티체 디디 땡냠 디체도 류긴네네 기 룽디 룽레스 미르마디 주네 야 템베다리
So, because mental pliancy is achieved first, and how it is achieved and how it is experienced. Mental pliancy is achieved when all, through the power of concentration, when all the winds that are unserviceable, what we call as unserviceable winds of vital energy, that does not function in harmony, so disrupted wind within our own body and the channels of the body are purified or expelled, and so they're expelled ultimately through the crowns of your head. They get expelled through the crowns of your head, and then it is that the sensation is like that. The sensation described is like someone who has shaven their head bald, and then someone else touches on their head, bald head. It induces a blissful sensation. There's a little bit of warmth and a blissful sensation, and that is the kind of sensation that is described here as an example to how the sensation or the feeling is experienced.
다티 지난 거래에 나부세 딜리지 지티좀가 자샤분 남 정으로부지 가는 나부 차부지도 시야 자시 뭐 마부디 근데 체리나 근데 대념지 체리야리 디나 신지다 대념지 차거든 아니 리기 때문에 이제 숨으로 왔어 야 튼주게 따지 디 데마타도 아니 샘기 냉이네 샘 명모베 온 그래서 님은베 온기 개체라 지다들도 그것도 미루에 샘기 차들이 샘기 냉이네 어디 데마타도 아니지 숨 님모베 그래서 그래 초스 중에 여와가 강도도 그것도 미루에 냉이네 디시도 아니 샘신장 계속 그래서 샘신장 얘기해야 돼.
So, we just said like when you have a shaven hat, especially in winter, and then you touch, on your hat, because of the contrast of the cold outside, when you touch it, it induces some sort of heat and bliss. The sensation is blissful, right? So we just said that is the sensation, that is close to, having purified all the unserviceable destructive winds within our own body, and immediately after this sensation and immediately after the expelling of unserviceable wind or vital energy within the body, one experiences mental pliancy. And mental pliancy, Xinjiang, pliancy or Xinjiang, Xinjiang in the Tibetan can be literally translated as thoroughly pacified or thoroughly subdued. And so the mental thorough pacification of the mind, or Xinjiang, mental pliancy, is experienced when, by virtue of having expelled all the unserviceable destructive winds, that one is also able to, because of that, one is also able to pacify all of those aspects of mind and mental factors that prevents us from engaging in wholesome actions, prevents us from continuously engaging in wholesome states of the mind. So all of those negative states of the mind, all of those states of the mind, mental factors that causes this friction, resistance, that prevents us from engaging in positive states of mind, these are pacified. And when these are pacified, then one experiences this mental pliancy. So therefore mental pliancy is experienced first in this way.
다자 샘신자디 레인도 좀 봤더니 르레숨 르 신장 젠베 젠지기 레숨한테 유지 차탄데 쳤도 아니 르디 게레츠라 지단도 그것도 르레룸 차치 르네 있음 게레 르게레자라 지단도 그것도 르레룸 차치도 근데 르신장스 근데 르신장하게 그 샘단 룽이부터 이제 샘데미 버테스는 딜룽도 그랬지 근데 시제 샘신자들께는 뒤때마다도 아니 르레룸 르기 신장 젠지기 룽레스로 르기 차탄데 이 캡주도 좀 많이 르레스 게레초리 지단도도 그것도 미루네 그것도 룽에 르 레스로 차지기게 봐 르신장스
So therefore mental pliancy, which comes from pacification of all those mental states that act as resistance to engaging in wholesome positive actions. So in that sense, mental pliancy is when the mind is made serviceable. Mind becomes serviceable here in the sense that the mind can be used to continuously engage in wholesome actions and wholesome states of the mind without any resistance. So that's when the mind becomes serviceable. But when the mind becomes serviceable, and therefore the mind has achieved mental pliancy, then that mental pliancy, what it triggers is that it triggers this serviceable wind within our body to pervade the entire body. The entire body is pervaded by this very smooth, subtle wind, what we call a serviceable wind, and because of that, pervading of the body with this serviceable, gentle wind, one's body achieves physical pliancy, and to achieve physical pliancy means our mind can be used to engage in wholesome actions continuously without any friction, without any resistance. So therefore, in that sense, the body has become serviceable. The body has achieved physical pliancy, and that is because the movement of the mind and the movement of the wind are one and the same thing. So therefore, one impacts the other.
다때네 류 아니 신배 따라 양배 류신장이 류신자세 수비되는 차지 류제수는 차지 샘신자세 다때네 될 때네 류신자 될 때네 아니 자신도 때라는 신기 류신장이 또 있기 때문에 자신도 때와 어제자 될 때네 단지 류신자 세들이 제 차지를 봐 레자 류레롱기 레제 캐바진 될 때는 여지기 돼 류시도 때와 어딜래야 류신자 때와 시 다디치 류신자 때와 계속나 류신자 때와 이기는 류신자 때와 등이기
So mental pliancy is therefore a mental experience, while physical pliancy is a physical experience, therefore it's a physical sensation. Because physical pliancy is a physical sensation because of the pervading of the entire body with gentle, serviceable wind, and this gentle, serviceable wind then induces physical bliss. So that's why, in terms of the bliss or joy, physical bliss or physical joy is achieved first. So therefore, by virtue of the winds pervading the entire body, gentle, serviceable wind, one therefore experiences first of all physical bliss or physical joy.
다단도 류레 레제 캐바진 기 레제 캐바들 때는 류신장 때와 단도 냠바르 샤베 아니 나와신 거야 미쳐 얘네 류장 땡게질 얘네 디레 냠바르 샤베 나류레 소바 나와신 거야 미쳐 류장 미텔 팀버들 냠진기 샘신자 가디시 첨부기스 샘신자 다티지도 류야 니페 나메 차바 류게 랑 류게 나티야 니데들 티베나 베실리아 니데들 티베스 베실리아 아니 류장미나와 그네 샘라 류지 탐제 샘라 팀베 나와라치 샤스 소냐 단단데티 류장 미데들 팀베 나와샤스 가르티 제네다 낭시 탐제 니 샘라 두에 나와치 차인도 따라 샘라티 대화 개바치 지기 대랑아 지기디
So, in terms of the physical feeling, when the physical bliss is achieved, uh, one's one's body feels very light, like cotton. It is said like you experience one experiences one's body as very light like cotton. But after achieving physical bliss, one continued to engage in samadhi, and after a certain stage, through continued engagement in samadhi, after a certain stage, there comes a time when you do not even experience your own body, and some say that it seems as if your body also gets absorbed into the object of your meditation. Earlier, of course, your mind gets you experience your mind gets absorbed into the object of your meditation, but here it seems as if your own body also is absorbed into the object of your meditation, and so that you don't actually experience your body. But some say that it is not like you don't feel like your body getting absorbed into the image of your concentration, but every thing in the universe gets absorbed into your own mind, so that including your own body, including every thought, including everything in the universe, is felt as if it is absorbed into your own mind, and all that you actually experience in the focused mind. And when that happens, then your mind actually experiences a great sense of joy. So this is the mental joy or mental bliss that is experienced.
다들 심신적인 대화를 깨는데 가야의 시도 심미벌은 내면부터 가야의 지 가치다 그러지. 이마 예수는 지내
So it is that the mental joy is so strong that you feel like there is danger that you cannot actually retain your concentration because of this intense joy. That instant joy might actually become a distraction, and so that you might come out of your concentration. So, but you continue to practice, and then it is said that the joy or the intensity of the joy decreases, and so when the joy vanishes at the end of this, then one has attained genuine, perfect, calm abiding state.
다티 냠샤 급수 디네 냠샤 급수 가는 나와쳐야 되다 니지 탕제 랑게 유래 팀들에 나와샤스 야 니지 탕제 미데르 팀들 랑게 유리자 미데르 팀들에 나와스 진도가 다티 제가 제도도 아니 류살반예부터 냠쳐비.
So in the state of meditative equipoise, nyamshak, in the state of calm abiding meditative equipoise, one experiences either as if everything has dissolved, including your own body, your own mind, and into the object of your meditation, or you experience as if everything in the universe, including your own body, dissolves into your own mind. And in the post-meditative state, when you arise from that meditative equipoise, then you experience as if you have attained a new body.
되네. 다티 따지래 너무 충도 좋아. 땡지 시네트를 따지 너무 충도. 니다 땡지 제부터 그냥 매는 제버지미. 다 생념들 집에 둘차를 탐집에 여진이 당차때가 라파이적이 능하고 통하다. 아니 디네스메메베 시네스 다스메메베 시네이나 아니 셈세와 리바 동바디 개주숨데 이 로동참 수수네 네 땡이 대와 나타 제스
So so as a sign of having achieved calm abiding, it is said that you will experience that your negative emotions have subsided or diminished. That you experience as if your sleep state gets mixed with your concentration state. You cannot tell the difference between your sleep state and concentration state. It experience as if they kind of get mixed, right? And then you experience exceptional dreams. And in terms of clarity of this state of absorption, it is said that it is so clear that you feel like you can actually count the subtlest particles one by one. You think that mentally you can count the subtle particles one by one. And in terms of its purity and radiance, you feel as if you can see all the objects in the distant mountain. But when you have used mind as your object of calm abiding to begin with, then at this stage, then the clarity of the mind, mind's three natures, clarity, selva, rigpa, awareness, and dongpa, and emptiness of the mind. These are all experienced here, inducing again an exceptional bliss.
다들이 배만 빈데다기 semne kubekapsu rutubi jawa te zoa mebaga tengenje sit tobe jungs then dit jungala tenen ga shiki ta shine tobe singe chungi ga shiki zorum tobe tobe chungi yaris semne kubekapsu shine tobe yamari dan zorum be tobe yamari ati esa ineya rutubi jawa te zoa maje zoa te magabate
So Pemang Pandit mentions that at the ninth state, one is able to mix one's activities like walking and sitting and so forth with concentration without effort. While we are walking or when we are sitting, one can incorporate state of single-pointed concentration without effortlessly. So therefore, Pandita says that some people actually say that at this level one has achieved calm abiding, which is not the case. And some others say that at this level one has actually achieved completion state yoga realizations. But again, this is not the case.
that is shine singire chavina losing shinjagi tawa chabarji rang mibala tiji tunne topki losing shinjagi tawa chabarji simbe tengi tila shine si rang mibala tiji tunne topki losing shinjagi tawa chabarji simbe tengi tila
So now the technical definition of calm abiding, hine, shamatha. Shamatha is defined as samadhi or state of concentration characterized by exceptional mental and physical pliancy. They're characterized by bliss of mental and physical pliancy, as a result of single-pointedly focusing on one's own object of meditation.
신자기 때와 캐버진 속으로 미슈지기 신자 참모지 때만 심내 이번에 제 신자 참모 순진의 신카 신자라 봤으면 다 신자 캐버진 토빈지가 신의 토빈 신자기 때와 캐버진 토스는 어디 좀보다 예바다 그것도 수 리승 신장 더 요래 더 잡으시네.
So therefore, it's important to say exceptional bliss, mental and physical bliss, born out of mental and physical pliancy. Because if we don't use the term exceptional bliss, because bliss is also experienced, and a level of pliancy is also experienced at the 7th and 8th level and the 9th level. But also, as I mentioned earlier, even from this 2nd level onward, you know, a subtle, a minor kind of pliancy is actually achieved, right? So there's a minor degree of bliss as well. So therefore, the calm abiding state has to be characterized by saying that the bliss so induced is exceptional. Exceptional bliss born out of physical and mental pliancy.
that's 신의 차스. That's it. 신의 차.
So with this we finish the chapter on calm abiding. So maybe we have time for some questions. Yeah.
I had a question about riddles and their use in meditation, and if they're appropriate, any resources for riddles.
この間もち저거 들으셔다. 저거 캔슬을 당시에 아니 레버 톰 주죠. 남도로 예 주죠. 뒤에 내려. 또 되는 건 지금도. 근데 나 그저 여러 했어. 그저 연나다 대표님 하려고 했어.
어디 남도디 내가 남도 시기 여러봐. 항상 있다니. 항상 지려 항상 내가 남도 있다 그러죠. 내가 버지레스. 남네 밖에 들으면서 잔도나 아니 남도 땡부시 보이봐. 니 그때 남도 만부시 그래 봤다. 니는 매매 내겠어. 니 들어도 남도 만부시 좀 니 세트 남도 뒤다 집을 항상 내가 남도 뒤시도 야지 됐어. 니 남도 얘기 그래. 땡부시라네 그랬어.
이거 남배 좀 주단 거라고. 고백이 날름에 노래 주지 않아. 이거는 된다.
네.
Which says the riddles, the purpose is to basically through a riddle, right? The purpose is to induce a state of non-thought, you know, because you don't have an answer for that, so you are shocked, you know, so the mind is kind of shocked into a state of non-conceptual state, because you know it's the riddle. The very nature of the riddle is that there's no answer. So you know there's no yes or no. No. So it's induces a non-conceptual state. So therefore, that kind of technique, Rinpoche says, is only good for temporary elimination of conceptual thought and temporary inducing of a non-conceptual state. But without the sustained training in single-point concentration, it is debatable or doubtful whether these kind of techniques can actually induce lasting concentration. Because by definition, because by the same logic, then we can say that even sleep state should be able to enhance us with meditation, because these are states where there is no thought, right? Especially deep state. But because it is not an active training, it is doubtful. But
Of course, that is the riddles, and these are used in the Zen tradition a lot.
그것도 신나를 딜레 전에 도마 딜레 전에 내가 내가 딜레 전에 등이지 준비 길이 시제가 치료받을 등이지 준비 신내
But this could be a skillful means, though. Through a riddle, you're induced to a non-conceptual state, and then we utilize that as the basis of meditation, and then and then improve on that, right? Because as I mentioned earlier, the object of meditation for cultivating calm abiding can be anything, and in the Hindu tradition, they use various things, and they're able to actually actualize calm abiding because of that.
Yes, I would like you to ask please Rinpoche, I think you said this afternoon and this morning also that you can calm the agitated mind with 21 rounds of breathing. So I just wanted to know, is 21 rounds of breathing like 1 round of breathing is 9? So is 21 9 or is 21 single? You see what I mean? Usually when you do the rounds of breathing, you do 3 from 1, 3 from 1, 3 from 1, and then you do 3 times, so that's 9. But then Rinpoche said 29, so is 21 the 9 or is 21 the 29?
Blew my mind.
그러지 이 물론 그 초시 너무 고르다 이 초시야 이 그거지 기도가 뉴스직 봐 뉴스직 세기 굿의 뉴스직 써버렸어 굿의 뉴스직
되게 그지 스타지
뭐 뉴스직 말하는 거지 그거
말이 뉴스지 파 들어가자 파 로선선도 최용수선 그래 찍지 이제 찍지 뉴스지 나타 좀 아니 그지 조선 정하세요. Like you're mixing two techniques.
Okay,
One is like the 9 rounds of breathing purification method, which you do in the beginning.
right.
That is like 9 rounds is like 3 times, three to the right, left, right, that. But during the 21 breathing, that is within the context of forceful elimination of agitation, mental agitation. At that stage, you retain vast breathing, and then you breathe in and breathe out. That's counted as one.
Oh, okay.
One
so
circle.
21
21 of
of those.
those, yes.
Okay, alright, thank you. And I have another short question. When Rinpoche said that when we use the Buddha as the object of concentration and we visualize the deity on top of our crown, not separate from the Guru, and then the ray of light emanates from them and it goes in front of us, the tip of the ray is like in front of our cushion, or I didn't catch that part.
뭐지 되지 닉버디 상계 더 나오이나 아니 집이 남아 상계가 얘네 요새지 요새기 이 소주기 때문에 큰 삼들에
말이 그런게 근데 차책이나 차체 차 장자 지책이네 딘데지 발지 아니지 남기운 주시우지게 있지도가 어디 딘데지라니 그런 데 딘데지 해라지 딘지
죽지들 뭐지 죽지들 때문에 다 있나로 죽지들 상계 우리야도 슬리로 되네
네
죽지 때문에 되거든
그다 배만이 맞다는 다외 대여봐 또 수동 됐으니까 대체했으네 두 시대 대체스 파 같이 장부를 줍니다 대체 아니 대지야 나는 이제 딘데스리 나봐 두시야 nhập 잠바 야라니 nhập 두시 nhập 아니 nhập 투야 그지 딘데 추잠지 파티 장자지 저기 진짜 TP되네 야디 야라니 시드 대 장태 시드 그래 된대시리다. 나를 대치 토르바.
No.
오늘 이제 진짜
Yes.
가르스네 미പ്പം 마다는 중앙계 아 중앙 계열대 토다는 양 거바계 그 자사 토메르 바로 지는 진구다 되게 이산이 대외 초스트면서 되지 그때 야라바제티
So Ramaji says, in terms of distance from yourself, it says like you visualize that in the distance of a full prostration. If you do a full prostration, the tips of your fingers, right, where it
Okay.
touches, that's the distance on which you visualize. But
Okay.
in terms of the height, the light is the throne of the Buddha is at the level of your navel. So that when the Buddha sits, it's higher than you, because the throne is to the navel, and then you visualize Buddha like that, right? So Ramaji said that the significance is that if the image is visualized too low, it induces dullness. If the image is too high, it induces agitation. So therefore, that's the appropriate height.